Welcome to this special call meeting of the Danville City Commission. Today is Thursday, March the 25th. The hour is 10:05, and I will call us to order. We're here today to discuss department presentations. Mr. Coffey, I'll let you direct it from here, please, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Commissioners. I don't really have a lot to add. Hopefully won't have to say a lot today, and then we will let Ms. Lester take off with her presentation.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We just wanted to give you some ideas of some things that you may or may not know that codes enforcement does. We do enforce all of the City of Danville Municipal Code, as well as the International Property Maintenance Code, which is very helpful. It's a thick booklet that we utilize for that. We record and collect property liens, which is the report you see monthly of what we do there. We also collect the insurance premium tax. We enforce the parking ordinance for the permit lot, street parking, and parking garage. It's, oh, I'm sorry. Am I supposed to be changing? I'm sorry. There. Sorry. I skipped things. Well, let's go backwards. This is the organizational chart for codes enforcement and parking. So we have 4 full-time codes employees and 1 part-time, which is Joni House, our preservation coordinator. And we have 1 full-time in parking, and we do not have any vacancies. I apologize. We register businesses and we enforce the occupational license ordinance. We serve as the local administrator for alcohol and beverage control, and we collect the alcohol regulatory fees. We are staff support for the Danville Architectural Heritage Board and the Parking Regulation Board. We also have oversight of the Certified Local Government Program, which is associated with the Danville Architectural Heritage Board. We process the fireworks permits and pawnbroker licenses, and we work with the FEMA. Currently in process, we are working on the Alcohol Entertainment Destination Center license and guidelines, and that will be coming back to you very, very shortly. We have to have an ordinance passed as well as your approval to apply and pay the license fee. We are also have been working for some time and are still working on regulations for food trucks. We will be reviewing the noise ordinance and coming back to you with some conversation and amendments for those. We are also in the process of revising the Architectural Heritage Board design guidelines for the public art, where you did the public art moratorium for us. The biggest cost impact we have is with COVID, we cut our budget for demolitions or work on properties by $60,000. We would like to add back enough for at least 3 properties for potentially demolition or something to do with that. So that'll be the biggest cost impact. Operating cost impact for us in codes enforcement. Any questions on codes before I move to parking? Okay. We also handle, the organizational chart's the same. Nick Bowden is our parking enforcement officer that works at the parking garage full-time, as well as helps with citations and reviewing parking along the streets and the permit lots. The cost impact items for the parking garage are a little more. In 2012, the company that manufactured our gates that raise stopped making parts for them. We've been able to go this long without replacing them because our current contractors had enough parts to replace them. Our gates are in good shape, but if anything happens to the mechanism there, then we're going to be without gates for some period of time. So we're proposing that we replace those in this budget year for the estimate on that would be $19,500. We have money in this year's budget to replace the security cameras, but we're not going to be able to get to that this fiscal year, so we're proposing to move that to next fiscal year's budget. We also will need to replace the officer's computer, and TIBA is a software that runs the gates that we have now. We need to replace that computer because of updates to Windows, and that will be $4,600. And then we need to do some repairs on the elevator and put up a water shield. And if you have questions about that, Josh can answer those.
Have y'all considered just getting Commissioner Terry out there with her iPhone and a stop sign? That would take care of a lot of that.
That would work.
Might be a lot cheaper.
Hey, Bridget, the repair for the elevator seems pretty expensive.
Josh, you want to answer those questions?
So that's probably, hopefully that's more than we actually will spend on the project. But the first thing we're gonna try to do is figure out how we can keep water, stormwater and rain when it comes from the west, which is the direction that the open area of the elevator shaft is facing. We need to figure out how to keep water out of there. We don't know what the extent of that is going to be. If it's a simple fix, or we can just put up some kind of pretty limited structurally a barrier that can keep water out, I think we can keep that price down. But if it turns into something heftier that we have to attach to the structure, and we have to get a structural engineer to sign off on and do some investigation about how the original building was constructed, the price starts going up. So we've left that number fairly high to, just in case we run into more of an issue with that we anticipate, so.
So you think it's just where it's open, it's blowing in, and not a problem with the construction?
We do not believe, yes, we do not believe it's a
Okay.
problem with the construction at this time. We have not found anything. It really looks like that it faces west, it's open, rain blows in, and so we're gonna start on the lowest level, which I believe is the third floor we talked about, and start working our way up and see if we can kind of eliminate. You know, there's questions that we're gonna investigate as far as how much of those open areas do we need to cover before we, you know, there's gonna be a certain point where we eliminate enough percentage of the rainfall to make an impact, and we need to we're gonna do some investigation. You might see us doing some test kind of projects out there just to see. You know, we don't want to jump in and spend $150,000 right away if we can spend 50 instead and do the same effectiveness.
What's wrong with the cameras?
They're past due time to be replaced.
So if we don't spend the 150 on the elevators, can you reallocate toward the cameras?
Yeah, I mean, we need 20,000, so we could take 20 of the 150 if we don't need it.
I think it's important you have that security.
Because, yes, the cameras come into play a lot for a lot of things happening at the garage. We had some issues several months ago where we had some damage that happened, and we were able to figure out some things because we had the cameras. But security is part of our requirement of our lease, you know, to make sure that things are safe and secure over there. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca here?
Yeah.
She's out there. She's coming.
And gracing us with her presence is Rebecca Hafley to discuss Communications Department. Good morning.
There's a little bit of delay, so I was watching it outside.
And this changes your slide.
Okay. Good morning. Let's see. Okay. As most of you all know, we receive all the 911 calls for Bull County. We dispatch for Danville Police Department, Bull County Sheriff's Department, Junction City Police, Perryville City Police, Bull County EMS, Danville Fire Department, 2 stations. Bull County Fire Department has 7 stations, Junction City Fire and Perryville Fire. Our staffing right now is director, assistant director, a senior telecommunicator, and 10 telecommunicators. Currently, that's changed as of this morning. I actually have 2 in training and 2 vacancies.
How long does it take somebody in training to get up and running?
Well, before COVID, it was about 6 months, which is their probationary period. With COVID, James Norris, we hired in May of last year, and he is currently in the academy now.
Now?
Yes, and it's virtual, and he graduates Friday, so. That's kind of put a little bit of delay on things because of
Right.
DOCJT closing and stuff. But roughly, it's about 6 months, including in-house and the training in Richmond. The goals and objectives we have, we just attended a Zoom meeting with Campbellsville University, and they have partnered with DOCJT to offer telecommunicator classes at a discount rate, approximately $275 per class. for people if they want to go back and get their master's, associates, bachelor's degrees. They will also work with their current DOCJT classes, depending on how many hours they have, and they can also turn that into a degree. I'm also requesting one additional telecommunicator. The cost there listed is almost $43,000. I got that from Randy. That's the total cost for a new telecommunicator starting, including retirement, benefits, everything.
How does that compare with our compensation study?
We'll talk about that in a while, but yes, it's low.
Okay.
The next two things are the Smart 911 and the Rapid SOS. The Smart 911, I'm getting pricing on. It is not free, but I think it is, from what I can tell, the pricing kind of ranges a little bit, but it's actually paid for by the department. And then it is a app on your phone that you can download and put things in, addresses, family members, animals, medical history, any of that we would be able to have first access to. And they also go through like an audit process to make sure things are updated pretty
So
continuously.
maybe I missed the memo, but tell me what Smart 911 is.
It's and Nick may be able to explain it more than me. Yeah, come on.
So, Smart 911 is a service that we can provide. It's an online service. It has an app as well. Citizens can go in and register, and, for example, if you have a disabled person in your house, you can go in and say, they have this disability, they're bedridden, whatever. There's possibly a key code to get into a gate or anything a first responder would need prior to getting there to facilitate faster treatment. And like I say, it can be anything from medical conditions to building access to just, like she said,
Family members.
family members, there's a barking dog, but he won't hurt you, type things, so.
That strikes me as being very significant improvement.
It is, it's one of the things that we wanted to look at this year, and with everything that happened, that we just didn't get to it,
It's been on our agenda for a few years.
Good.
so.
And it says it's free? Is that free to the public or free to,
Well, the
Us.
Rapid SOS is free
okay,
to us, and the Rapid SOS is a little different than the Smart 911. It's actually two things. The Smart 911 is a cost to
Okay.
us, but it is free to citizens.
okay, gotcha.
And then the Rapid SOS it's free, and it's a better tool to track 911 phones, 911 cell phones. They do automatic pings.
Okay.
Do you have any idea what the Smart 911 costs? Just, have you priced
I
it, gotten that far
don't.
along yet?
Don't know.
Okay,
I've kind of looked at some other agencies, and it really varies. So I'm
What-
still kind of in the early stages of
Okay.
that.
What's the
Just
Rapid
curious.
SOS?
It's a website that you can put in a phone number, and it gives you an immediate ping on their cell phone, their location.
Location.
Oh, okay.
That's something pretty new.
That's something you have to be a
It's-
certified PSAP to use as
Yes.
well. It's not available to anybody else,
Right.
gotcha. I can't go in there and track
unfortunately, no.
kids or anything.
No.
Any other questions on those two things?
Get a lot of domestic issues.
I guess, what was always the primary cause of so much turnover in 911? Just a stressful job, mostly?
That and, I think pay has a little bit to do with it, shift work, the stress of the job itself.
Okay.
Because we had actually talked numerous times about trying to up our numbers in dispatch, so we don't, because right now we have to train at such a high level of multitasking where you may be there by yourself. So we have to make sure you can handle it all. Where if we had more people, we wouldn't have to train at such a high level, and you could more evenly spread out the duties.
Okay, so adding an additional telecommunicator will probably help with retention
Absolutely, yeah.
also? Okay, thanks.
Well, and what we've talked about, Becca and I have not talked about it as much yet, but Chief Gray and I have talked about it a little bit relative to the compensation study, and we've talked about, Randy and I, about restructuring the pay scales and things like that. One of the things we do, for example, at the water plant is you have a trainee position, then you have a class 4 position. So is there a model in 911 where we can have an entry-level dispatcher take the 1220 number or some other, is there a tiered approach to dispatch? So then that your high-volume line, your in-city line, say, has a different skill set, or a senior telecommunicator? Do we have an entry-level telecommunicator? Is there an option there? So we've not fully evaluated that yet, but that's one of the tactics we would deploy.
So I know we've shared our wonderful 911 capacity with some of our neighbors. At present staffing levels, do we have the capacity to facilitate them should they agree to become part of it?
No, sir.
Is there a number that we need to focus on in order to provide that level of service?
I currently don't believe we have enough just for Bull County. So that's why I tried to get our numbers up, but, I mean, it works, but again, like, just the high level of multitasking, because someone may have to be there by themselves.
So
if I had a
one of
few
the other
more-
things that we will do is provide some type of table talking about authorized positions, and what we will do is do a little bit of research, and we sent it to the department heads when we sent this, trying to help them start thinking about and we've asked the question multiple times to them about how many people do you have authorized for your department, right? Do you believe you have authorized for your department? That's important. You all need to do that every year, but what we'd like to see is kind of a 3-year run of that. So in 2019, how many people were authorized for dispatch? In 2020, how many people were authorized, and how many are we asking for this year, right? And so every year that may move around a little bit. Some years you may have senior telecommunicators, more of those. Some years you may move back to entry-level telecommunicators, for example, in that department. But they do need more people, and as we expand, you would have the opportunity to add more theoretically too, because you would have more revenue at some
Is
point.
there a certain profile, the type of person that excels in this kind of job?
What we have had the best luck with is young people that usually come from a restaurant background, whether it be McDonald's, Fazoli's, Burger King, because they can multitask. They can take orders, they can get their sauces, they can make their drinks, they can go get the food. They listen, they understand and comprehend. So I think that's probably some of our best people that we've been able to get a hold of. And I came from a restaurant fresh out of high school, so.
Do we solicit in those channels?
Probably not specifically, but
Our view of 911, though, is a little different, and we've, for us, that is 911 is really the tip of the spear in a lot of ways to what's happening in any given situation. And so for us, the compensation model for that department has to reflect that impetus, right? Like, we have to talk about it being critical, and a lot of times you're handling life or death situations between multiple people at the same time. So we don't want to diminish those positions inadvertently. And so, we've got to contemplate how our compensation can impact that, and how our structure internally can impact that in a positive way. So that's kind of a philosophical approach to it, which we need to take. I mean, 911 started over there in the building with police and fire being housed in the front room, right? And as technology has changed, the industry has changed, as you're evidenced by smart dispatching, right? And so as that continues to migrate into a different model, we need to decide what that needs to be and really fully commit to it. And we've been trying to kind of navigate that water as we go in real time. And so we need to go out in front of that and set a target and modernize that whole situation and try to create an environment where they can thrive and where you have a preferred landing point for employment, right?
So it seems to me that, based on what you're telling me, some type of targeted approach to folks that are in that restaurant industry, because many of them are looking for another way
right.
to better their situation. And what a great marriage here. And to your point, I see it as the tip of the spear.
Yeah.
And I would think we would want to address that department from a compensation adjustment standpoint of view, early in the process.
It's the tip of the spear. I mean, if you've ever been out with a police officer or on a scene, you know, Chief can talk about it. There's, you know, they're down there in a room. They're not on the scene.
Right.
And they are communicating darts being thrown at them in this direction and trying to redirect them over to another direct. And it take, you know, it is a critical function.
Yep.
Throughout any city.
And I think the average citizen doesn't realize they're not dispatching only city police and fire. I mean, that's 9 fire department stations. Plus, you have sheriff's office, and how many officers do they even have there? I don't even know.
I know we currently have 3 on shift now, but like throughout the day, there's different numbers.
Right, so you're looking
I
at
don't know the total number for them though.
8 or 9 officers per shift that is dispatching?
Well, like, we have 2 overlaps, and depending on what our staffing for that day is, you know, during those 2 or 3 hour overlaps, we have 8 for us as a minimum. And then you would have whatever the sheriff's office has, whatever Parable has, and whatever Junction has. So you got 2 people handling those 10 officers, and not counting EMS and fire.
And the state police, can't the state police ring in on your
Oh,
line?
yeah, yeah.
Well, state police.
As needed,
Yeah.
right.
And how many people do you have right now, Rebecca? How many?
10,
11.
8?
I think we're currently with 9.
So would my question, I guess, is one more, will that make a dent much? I mean, I know it'll help, but is
Yes, it's better
that?
than nothing.
Right. If you had your
But-
optimum though, where would you be, you
Yes, my
think?
ideal number, I think, is 21 is what I've come up with. I can't come in here and ask for that.
No, I understand that. I just, you
Right.
know.
But in a perfect world,
Perfect world, right.
Yes. I need several. And that's for the staffing to do, emergency medical dispatching as well, because once a dispatcher's on a 911 with emergency medical dispatching, they're tied up.
yeah.
So I think the 21 number is 4 people on day shift, 4 people on second shift, and 3 people on third shift. 24/7.
Now, I know
So-
at one time y'all were so pinched for time and staff that you couldn't take lunch, you couldn't take breaks. Are you still there at that point?
It doesn't happen often unless it's just busy shift activity, because sometimes that happens. Like with the storms coming in tonight,
Could
the
happen.
shifts that are coming in will probably, we always have something there if you can't get away.
Mhm.
But normally you can at least get out and
Get
get
out a little bit.
lunch.
I'm optimistic you can increase that quota with the number of folks that are in the fast food business right now.
Well, part of the problem too is like, you know, she's working today. She's, you know, and that's part of the problem. She's not an administrator.
Right.
So we have to
She's
get
not managing, she's on the radio.
Exactly right. So, you know, you're talking about recruiting and different things like that. If you don't have time to get up there and do some of that stuff, if you don't have time to go out there and look at those different models that me and Earl was talking about, you know, and that's our problem with emergency services. You know, I don't have time because I'm doing some other things that other people are doing, and she doesn't have the time because she's on the radio. And, you know, if we want to grow and do some of those things, you know,
And I appreciate that, and my question then would be to Randy, is this a function that you could fill in not only in the advertising, but the initial screening? And I'm sure at some point, you know, Rebecca needs to come in there and really drill down to make sure they've got what it takes. But would that help?
And so, Mayor, all 4 of us in this group have had a lot of conversations about 911. And to the city manager's, to Earl's point, 911's unique in that it is a position where you require them to become certified, correct? If you look at every other structure in the city,
Hers is just 4.
It's just 4.
It's, you know, you're having to go through an academy, do all this education, when they come out of it, there's really not an incentive for them to raise their pay.
So when we get this tier implemented?
It would be, what we'd like to do is, as part of our compensation studies, we're gonna talk about, along with that is restructuring and bringing some recommendations to our pay classification plan for the budget year. We'd like to do that. I think that's when we'll really do some of the things that we're bringing. Now, if you want to make it bring it later.
It's
In-
not just
in this budget-
dispatchers.
in
too.
this budget
See, that's what our goal is, yeah. It's not just dispatchers too. I mean, you got to realize that how many open records requests do you get from the court system a year? Right.
I have 12 down there right now I need to do.
And so there's administrative aspect of this. So really it goes back to what I said before. We really got to make that department what it needs to be, and we've not ever really done that yet. We've, you know, like I said, we moved from the Crum building over, and we just kind of continued to staff it and buy more equipment, but really, you know, it's time to, I say this to ad nauseum, but it really needs modernizing like everything else. You know, we've got to take a step forward with that department, be a leader for this region really, and what that needs to look like. It's not as simple as just organizing the computer bank and answering phone calls. That is not, it was way more complicated than that, and it should be. You know, it's the tip of the spear.
It sounds like you need some sort of administrative assistant just to do the paperwork and open records.
Or is that
Because
something?
does that fall to you right now? Or
It
to
does.
whoever?
My assistant director can also pull open records in my absence, but she as well works the radio. So it's just having that time off the radio to do the little administrative things.
Is that a task that could be offloaded to someone else outside of 911?
Not really because of Lincoln CIC
Okay.
rules and regulations and security and stuff like that.
When we get the fire station built, is 911 going to stay in this building?
That can be determined. It can stay here. I think there's space down there for what we have now, the demand we have now, that is adequate. Will you change that in 5 years? You probably could, yeah. But for right now, we are not suggesting that needs to be changed as part of this project next to us or part of this budget.
So let's say we get to a staffing level of 15. You got room?
Yeah, I think we got it. Me and Nick, we talked.
We can have 4 active, and we still have 2 spare positions.
And we do have office space down there. And certainly, we talked about earlier at a meeting, you all may not recall because it was such a brief comment, but we talked about adding an office downstairs for IT, right? You do have space down there that is storage that we can carve out additional space in if need be and organize that in a different way. Problem is, we do need the storage, but we can try to redistribute that and look at that in another way
Nick,
also.
I know you were looking forward to making another move on all that, but sorry about that.
Yeah. Are you close to retirement, Nick? Can you just go ahead and, are we, Earl, are we getting our 911 money in a timely fashion from the county? Or-
As far as I know.
Yeah, that process is working good and it should continue. I mean,
Okay.
you know,
And our meetings as a joint board, that's going okay? Good.
And I think I've explained to most of y'all before that I've been in front of as far as the multitasking aspect of it. If there's a wreck at Houstonville Road and the bypass, which is a major intersection, our phone is gonna ring probably at minimum 20 times. Because everybody with cell phones are calling it in. Then you have to dispatch the police, you have to dispatch the ambulance, you have to dispatch the fire department. And then you may have to call a helicopter, you may have to call a wrecker, you may have to call emergency management for spillage. I mean, it could be a number of things, and they all go through us.
and so then too, there's a little subtle thing there that you're not saying. How long, when you see a wreck on the bypass, are the emergency services in some department out there? Right?
Long time.
Right? So they're on the radio that entire time, aiding in the management of that scene or aiding in, so if the folks on that scene need a phone number, they have to provide it. If they, you know, so that's an interactive process for them for an hour, right? And so
You have
if
to
that
do
occurs
other
over,
things at the same time, then, don't you?
Yeah,
Other
there's still
calls,
other emergencies happening.
Right.
All right.
And I know we've spent a lot of time talking about upping the personnel and the pay of personnel for the police department. And I think we've addressed that somewhat. But I would think that one of our real priority focuses now would be the tip of the spear. Because if they can't do their job right, it puts an extra burden on the police department.
What Randy will tell you is that I've mentioned that to him like more than once. And we freely acknowledge that while we have not advertised it, that we do feel like 911 needs upgraded. Not necessarily because the current staff is not doing a good job, but that is a department of need and a department of emphasis for us as managers. And I
So-
think that goes all the way down. Chief Gray and I
Yeah.
talked about it briefly this week. And
Part of the problem is, Mayor, is they're already bumped up against the starting officer.
Right.
When we went to EMD, we gave them a dollar raise, and they're only, what they start out and what a new officer starts out, it's only 50 cents difference. So, we're at a spot and they're at a spot, and that's part of that issue, that once the pay adjusts for everybody across the board, that, we can make those adjustments. And like I said, me, Randy, and Earl talked about a approach to try to grow it, try to make it more enticing, and also, bring people in at different levels. Because like Rebecca said earlier, what we see is right now, with the numbers we have to train some people at a high level. And that stresses them out. So if we can do some things like call takers, they don't start on those hot and heavy calls. For example, when they come on the shift, there's one dispatcher solely for us. Okay, we take that one dispatcher. The other dispatcher is for the other eight other entities. So when you think about that, and that's also the thing about bringing in other agencies, and not just that, but we've been talking about it, we're probably going to need somebody, we're probably going to need a second dispatcher just on our channel as our calls increase. So you can see just how those things start to multiply very quickly and get out of control. Most of you know we had a shooting over the weekend. So we have that. We have a domestic where both parties go to jail. And I can't remember what the other 911 call was. But, within an hour, we've got 10 people, me and Chief Doan, and 2 detectives out extra. We're all tied up. And thank goodness nothing else was going on in the county or anywhere. And so we could have both dispatchers that were working that morning. But they were, for probably almost 2 hours. That's it. Those things don't happen every day, but when they do happen, that's the problem.
Yeah, you have to have the staff sitting there ready to react.
But unfortunately, that's starting to happen more and more. And
It's not gonna go away.
well, I know I keep saying this over and over, and I know you all know this. I'm preaching to the choir here, but we're not policing and providing 911 for 30,000 people. We are providing it for 150,000 people that go through here daily. And I wonder, and I know you and I briefly talked about it in Earl's office one day, Rebecca, about is there a way that we can track who is actually using the services, like by county or whatever? I would be very interested to see how many people we are servicing that don't live here. And I know you could, I don't know if you can track that or not, but,
Very hard.
but essentially, 30,000 people are paying for 150,000 people. And I just can't say that enough. And
And at times you only have one dispatcher.
right, and if we're doing that with one dispatcher, we can't do that.
So is it affordable to add more dispatchers to the request, or is that just not financially possible?
we'll talk to Chief and Rebecca, and we'll
I
go
think
through
you
the
should
process.
request
and-
3, and we'll hope for 1 or 2.
Well, I think with their shortages, you know, if you can get her to that 14 or 15 number, you know, which is, I think she's allotted. But that's, it's kind of like me. If I can just get to what I'm allotted,
Exactly.
you know, that would be a breath of fresh air. And then, you know, we look at growing, you know, down the road.
Yeah, and would be a proponent. You know, it's kind of, Marshall will talk about this, and I noticed this on his slide, and I appreciate it. There's a difference between preventive maintenance and then reactionary maintenance, just something fix it when it breaks, right? And so by overstaffing, you are doing some PM stuff. And that is tactfully the correct approach with some staffing positions sometimes. And 911 might be one of those, police might be one of those, the water plant might be one of, you know, we can talk about that across the board, but, and when, by overstaffing, it's, you know, if you have an opportunity to hire a Class 4 operator and you're to even staff, you hire them. And then anticipate some future turnover, that's what you should do, right? Because you can't control when someone's going to leave. And so the same thing for some of your critical operations. We need to approach it from overstaffing rather than trying to get to a target. But right now, we can't get to the target, right? So-
Right.
We've not grown, they've not grown since we went to EMD.
Yep.
And you remember when we talked about EMD that we had to grow, we had to, and we've not increased staffing.
Well, and one of the reasons we wanted Mike Rogers to come to the meeting, the meeting before last, was so that he can raise awareness to that EMD and raise awareness of the fact that that process saves lives.
Yes.
And when fire and emergency services are on a scene, not police-related, but being able to communicate, that is a skill, and we need to develop that. Because what he has the potential and can in the future talk about is the rate of survivability on certain things, and when you have EMD versus not. And, you know, it is statistically, you're going to save lives the more developed the EMD process is. That is a different burden for that staff. And so we need to think about what we're asking them to do, and are we compensating them correctly for the impact they have on the community
I have a
sometimes.
question for both of you. What is the average tenure in your department?
I would say probably less than 5. 3 to
Gotcha.
5.
Not like us, you know, if we can keep them past that 5-year mark, the retention rate's pretty good, but we lose a lot between that 3 and 5.
So in other words, you're gonna have a turnover pretty much every 7, 8 years. It means you gotta keep that pipeline.
And
Coming.
I'm not sure, we talk a lot about the mental aspects of what it you know, takes on a dispatcher. You know, if you have to provide EMD for somebody and you are telling somebody to do CPR, you don't know the outcome. At times, your mind goes to the worst when you should probably be thinking of the best. So you have a lot more dispatchers being diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, of just not having that outcome and that closure. And that's probably more stressful.
If we were to
mentally and-
provide some kind of counseling along that line, would that elongate the attrition?
We provide counseling.
Okay.
The city does as well as the state. The state has a program for dispatchers and law enforcement both.
Is it utilized
Yes.
a lot? Like a high percentage?
We,
or-
they have a KYPCIS, it's Kentucky's Post-Critical Incident Seminar. Myself and dispatcher Lisa Tyus just went to it. I've been dispatching 22 years, she's been doing it 20 years. And you meet one-on-one, and you do group things, and it's really an eye-opening experience. Me and her was the last ones in our department to go. We've been trying to send 2 at a time. It's been very, very beneficial.
So Earl, I know everybody's sort of putting up some of their wish lists. So those will turn into hard numbers when we get the draft budget?
That's the theory behind it, yes, sir.
Okay,
Yep.
gotcha.
Any other questions on, as far as the Smart 911 or the Rapid SOS above? And the other few things is kind of short. The text to 911, we want to start on that journey to do that. All of our equipment is ready. We do have to have permission from the 911 Service Board, and I have an email into our AKA Associates that does our 911 to see if there's an additional cost or anything through his service. But the current program we have is ready for it.
And so that's just, if someone's in a situation where they can't actually talk, they can text, and you'll receive that. Okay.
Deaf community, children involved in, abuse situations, domestic violence victims. I work part-time at Bluegrass. They do the text to 911. It's not a huge, it's not a huge workload more, because it doesn't really, you don't have a lot of it. And the biggest thing they use it for is like the hang-up 911s. If you try to call back and nobody answers, then you could text them, because they're more likely to answer a text, "I'm okay, sorry," than to answer the phone.
Well, I know it, I was just trying to remember the percentage of 911 calls that are accidental. It's like, what, 80% or something?
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
Yes.
And
And a
that
lot of
ties
people
up a
don't-
lot of time, because you have to follow up on it.
Yes. Yes, and with technology even, I mean, it ties up the officers, because if we call and we have like a location where the phone is, then they're going out to check on them. And it, it kind of works both ways, but you have to be safe than sorry, and, that's just something I'd rather send to your house 4 times if it's an accident, than the 5th time it be an emergency,
Yeah.
So when you look at your budget that we provide you some of the detail sheets, you're gonna see like printing. Obviously, that's paper, right? But some of those other numbers that are in that spreadsheet is what we're trying to highlight, so that you have a general understanding of what is being asked in those numbers, right? We're trying to expand that knowledge a little bit.
The NENA is a National Emergency Number Association membership. It is a non-for-profit corporation whose goal is one nation, one number. It promotes research, planning, training, and education. Protection of human life, preservation of property, and the maintenance of general community security are among the objectives for that membership. The ENP, the Emergency Number Professional, is very rare, and it is very hard to get. It's pretty much like a college class, all on its own. There's only 17 people that hold that certification in the state. We have started that endeavor and ordered a study guide and started getting registered for that. My senior telecommunicator, Crystal Blackburn, will be taking on that, and it is not by agency, but by person. So hopefully, even if we can get one a year, kind of like the post-critical incident seminar, if we can get a few at a time, we'll be good.
And that's the cost, and then will we give a pay incentive for that, theoretically?
You could, yeah.
Yeah, 'cause-
Those are some of the things that we're looking at as far as, like I said, a recruit dispatcher or whatever, then a senior dispatcher.
Right,
And
right.
then looking at seeing, how we can develop a system like that.
Right. Right, right, right.
Saying some sort of secondary certification from somewhere.
Or if someone already has that, we could recruit them and,
Right.
yeah, okay.
It's the educational side of it and the whole backside of 911. Anybody have any more questions for me? I'm sorry? No, I do not.
Well, why don't you go and have a calm, peaceful day?
You just jinxed me.
I know, you just,
Why would you say
coming
that out
with me.
loud?
that's right.
I was planning on sending her home.
We have that remote.
That does raise the question. I think everybody, and Jenny, you may have also, but if you haven't seen the 911 down there, it's impressive.
We're very proud of it. We have some of the best furniture and computers and technology that money can buy.
Well, there's a little
It's
thing,
essential.
there's a little thing like that seat contract that was
Yeah.
approved, what, 3 months ago or something, whatever, November. That's important.
Yeah, oh,
I
yes.
just, like, that,
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just telling you, that's important.
You try to steal my chair.
Well, those are things that are being
It's-
used 24/7, and it's very
It is,
important.
and it's hard to be able to sit there for such a long period of time and do it if you're not comfortable and
Oh,
your
yeah.
back hurts and your neck hurts and everything else. So, I mean, it's huge from, I don't know if you all were out at where Public Works is now, and we had the shelves, and we had 2 monitors here and 2 monitors here, and your radio and your phone, and you were constantly just doing that. Now it's all spread out, like, you can literally look just by moving your eyes.
That's good.
It's very.
Do you all
very
work
nice.
8-hour shifts?
We're on 10s.
You're on 10s,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
And so we have an overlap as well. We try to kind of mimic the police departments. We're off by like an hour or so, that there's more dispatchers during their peak time as well, so that we can handle those type of calls. So ideally, you know, we currently have 6 stations. When we talked about like an overlap, if I had 4 and 4, then I would probably need additional stations, but I think that's pretty minimal. Than trying to say, hey, let's move the whole 911 center and I need 15 stations or whatever.
Right.
We've never had 6. We've went from 2, yes. No, we had 3 at one point too. 2, yeah. And then when we remodeled, we only had 1 upstairs.
Well, we appreciate all of you and
Thank
all that
you.
you do.
Absolutely.
Thank
And
you.
as always, if we can help, please let us know.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Finance Department, the baseline of the Finance Department is support functions for all the other departments. They they track the bookkeeping, the general ledger for the city, and then provide accounts payable, receivable, purchasing, and financial analysis as we need it. The goal is to support the department heads in a way that makes their jobs efficient and easy, but without having to, or to then enable them efficiently to also follow the purchasing policies and guidelines for the city, right? What we're talking about going into next year is basically continuing to work with the department and the utility to separate the known immeasurables for the utility to the utility and bring back that focus of that department on those core operational items, which are transactional, budget information and organization and reporting, and then expense tracking and the financial policies, right? Biggest, most impactful thing from budgetary, I guess, component is the Cassell software upgrade. We are actively working on that. Our target's July 1st with a new budget year, trying to transition into the new software. And with that, pretty straightforward department, and so we'll turn it over to IT. Unless
Before you do, question. Commissioner Terry and I were discussing this briefly yesterday, and I think this goes to Commissioner Holland's desire for analysis.
Mm-hmm.
How are we going to approach that?
We just need to organize our reporting better with more structure and expand that reporting and expand the information communicated outwardly from the department to you as elected officials. That is a big component of it. Then proof testing that is it does help to have an outside consultant look over our shoulder from a bookkeeping perspective, right? And so that is something we're actively considering and trying to figure out, can we create that third-party report on a monthly basis? And for me, you know, we can talk about that for a while, but for me, we need, you know, administrative staff needs more of a weekly, what happened last week,
Right.
snapshot, not just for their department, but what happened as a weekly snapshot for finances. And that we need to totalize that into a monthly report for the commission, because you all need to look back and see what happened in the last month. That should include cash flow, should include demands, for example, on water, as an example for that operation. So we will develop that and continue to change that and grow that. And that is a need, and we appreciate the feedback that each one of you have given so far towards that direction, and we are working on that now.
I, for one, would like to see us hire an outside consultant, if you will. Not a bad, that's a bad word to use, but outside set of eyes to provide a viewpoint, not just what happened in the last 30 days, but a viewpoint as to what's going to happen in the next 5 years. Best we can figure. Because we've got some debt service issues out there, and we've got some pension issues out there that we know are coming. How are we going to prepare for that?
Yeah, and it's a little bit like, what analogy did I just, it's like proof testing, right? You want that third-party view of what you're doing. So it's kind of like the healthcare, right? So HIPAA requires you to have separate functions for somebody that's organizing your plan is not necessarily doing your financial forecasting, right? So those need to be two separate functions so that one doesn't negatively influence the other, right? So the same thing, if our finance department who's doing our projections are hearing Nick say, gosh, if we don't do something, we're going to run off a cliff. We don't want, you want true independent assessment of your financial condition so that we can understand exactly how to address what Nick needs. And I say that, Nick, just because you're sitting there. But you know what I mean? Like there is a significant benefit to having that third party organize that so that you have a indiscriminate view of what your projections are, right? And I can't describe that a better way, but I think that's what you're saying,
Well,
right?
I think we've had, I know I have, and I think the mayor has, we've had an epiphany about finance in the last year, in that the finance department is a transactional entity. That is very different from financial analysis and consulting and forecasting. So that's kind of gotten confused or not even addressed over the years. And so when we talk about finance, we need to talk about the transactions that are happening. But when we talk about budget, we need to talk about financial analysis and projections. And those are
Right.
two very different things.
They are, and so if you go back to that previous slide there, Nick, for me.
And the bridge between those two is to make sure that the data that is collected and passed to financial analysis is accurate data.
Yep.
It's,
Yeah, and so when we look.
Bookkeeping is different than financial analysis.
Right, and so then what we're indicating with this slide is, we agree with that, but what we're indicating with this slide are the things that cost that you will see funded through that departmental budget, right?
Right.
So we do agree, and for us, financial analysis is really a third-party view of your situation.
So is
The
that reflected in
transactional
the
stuff are
budget?
above the, I'm sorry?
Is that RFI reflected in the budget for financial analysis?
We're going to consider how that looks in the budget, yeah.
Good.
What that would look like.
Can you tell me how many employees are in finance?
That's a moving target right now because we're breaking that up with,
Randy's behind you.
with the utility a little bit. We're trying to assess, but you've got right now 8, I think. Is that right, Randy?
It's,
7 or,
if you move out to the utility, it's total of 10, and it
Yeah.
probably will end up in the restructure is,
So
yeah.
10.
8 to 10? 8 to 10? Okay, 10.
Is that the right number?
It depends on what, yeah, we'll look into that and we'll try to provide a fair view of that.
Okay, so hiring a third-party contracted person to provide financial reports, whereas we pay all the bills and, okay,
Maybe
Sounds
that's
good.
the best path, and we,
yeah.
go ahead, Nick.
Information technology, our primary function is to install, support, secure, maintain all city information systems. This ranges from hardware, which is workstations, softwares, portables, networking equipment, software being our financial management and analysis systems, utility operations and billing, 911 and public safety softwares, voice and data services, be our copper and fiber data circuits, phone, VoIP systems, online services, websites, social media, service requests, our new application, various things like that. The implementation of this infrastructure is mainly to assist other departments in performing their day-to-day functions as efficiently as possible. We're currently staffed for 4, have no vacancies right now. This is our new organization we're starting as of this year. You guys allowed us to hire or promote one of our network technicians to network administrator recently, and so now we have myself, network administrator James Morris, network technician Matt Owen, and network technician James McClure. Come on, there we go. Goals for this year, we're going to try to emphasize first on personnel. We're going to request that all of our technicians get a certification this year. Most will start with the A+, which is the core curriculum for the CompTIA, pass the certifications. The exception to that being our network admin, I would like for him to start on Net Plus, as that is a prerequisite to get Security Plus, which I think is probably one of our most important certifications we need to look at right now. Additional training, our phone vendor has recently decided to shut down after many years of service. So he has worked with us to contact his Tier 2 support. If we get a technician certified, we can get support directly through them, which was his support. Also, it will allow us to start buying our equipment at wholesale cost. So that'll take a little bit off the top when we purchase our phones in the future. The other is our watch guard system. That's our dash and body-worn camera system the police department uses. They have an administration certification that, one, allows us better control over the software, but when we get that certification, we get a more top-tier priority support. And that training is free, so there's no reason for us not to get it. As far as our network goals this year, we're going to do what's called a unified Active Directory. Our Active Directory is our single point of truth for all security and authentication. It sets all the permissions of the users, what they're allowed to do, what they're allowed to see. Currently, we have multiple domains, or ADs. We're going to combine them all into one centralized. As part of that, we're going to continue working on segmenting the network and bringing VPN, virtual private network connections, to bring that all back into City Hall to use the unified domain. We also utilize wireless backhauls in between our buildings instead of relying on public data circuits. So we would like to this year put some redundancy in those. That would be, if we have one go down, we have routers in place that automatically reroute that traffic a different direction. A few other things we want to do is it's time to do an IT services audit, and this is going to be looking at our cost allocations for everything from phone data, cell phones, mobile hotspots, devices that are deployed in the fields. You know, do we have anything we're paying for we're not using? Anything that's just got an extravagant cost? They kind of, costs tend to go up over time, and you don't necessarily look at them when they're short, small increases. So we've started the new website. We'll have a kickoff week after next. Will not be completed in this fiscal year, so that's why I put it in next. It'll be early, probably July, August before that goes live. So as part of that, we want to really push to update and improve the quantity and quality of our online information. We are, I'm sad to say, very lacking there. So we will be working with all departments to try to push to get more quality content. That's just, it's hard for us to think about everything that needs to be out there. So we're going to work with each department and try to get that improved as best we can. The last thing there is to implement all the IT infrastructure and services into the new fire station as it's completed. I think that will be in this year's budget. I think substantial completion is still this year, so, okay. Financial impacts for us as far as operational, the wireless backhauls we talked about, we've got about a $10,000 there. I probably should have put that in capital, I don't know, but it's kind of right at that dollar amount. We need to replace our battery backup system in our main data center. That's the system that when we lose power, it holds everything up until the generator gets started. Our Microsoft 365 is an annual renewal. That's all the email exchange, data storage, all the Office apps that you use, all the apps you use on your iPhones, iPads. That's a yearly renewal cost. We have almost 200 users in there, so take that cost and divide it by about 200 users is what that is. And then we have various other recurring services, the service request system and application, website hosting, and then our antivirus, malware, and our ransomware. That number went up a little bit this year because we're looking at adding ransomware mitigation, which will be that if we do have a machine that should happen to get it, it'll isolate it. We'll have images of that machine from previous days that we can then mitigate that damage back out without, hopefully contain it there and then mitigate the damage back out in a relatively quickly fashion. The only capital expenditure we'll have this year is we have 2 application servers that we need to replace around $20,000, about $10,000 each. These are very large servers. They run on what are called our virtual machine instances. So we have one set of server hardware that'll run like 10 to 15 virtual machines inside of it. And those are what does all of our network monitoring, our network patching, remote access systems, and a few various other things that I really won't get into unless you guys want to. So that's pretty much it for me. I'll answer any questions you might have.
I probably speak for a lot of people who've been here a while, but I'm really excited about the new website.
I am too.
That's been a complaint since I've been here, and, you know, it's nobody's fault, it's just, there's been other things that
Well,
have come along, and
there's-
we've hired some bad contractors, I think, that
A few
didn't.
years ago, we actually going back now with the company we had then.
Okay.
We hit one of our budget times where we had to make some cuts, and that was a cut we made, and we got by with, I'll be honest with you, I built it. It was a quick throw together, and
See, yeah.
it
I-
served its purpose, but it needs to go, it needs to get replaced.
What happens
Right.
is with websites is you let it sit there until somebody starts to complain, then you
Sure,
update
oh,
it.
absolutely,
And
yeah.
we
We've
do
got
that in a fair.
There's
yeah.
too much other going on. I
When we
mean,
create a website today, in 2 years, it'll look outdated.
Right.
That's
Right.
just
Oh,
the
yeah.
nature of it. So,
But-
at least with our contract now, every 4 years, we get a free design refresh.
But I would recommend, since this has been a request for citizens, like I say, for a long time, I wish we could have some sort of rollout. Put a banner out front on the rail,
Yeah.
says, go to our new
Yeah.
website,
Yeah,
put it on social media.
We absolutely can. We really, we need to, I talked with the management team this week, is we need to really start pushing our application as well.
Yeah.
We've had 135 complete signups, meaning they actually created an account. We've had about, I think, 635 app downloads since we started a little over a month ago. So we only advertised the one time that I'm aware of. So
Yeah, we need to
push it more.
push that.
And get it
Yeah,
out
we need to have
there
a
and-
huge
I think the one
something.
reason we didn't initially is staff needed time without being
Right.
Oh, yeah.
inundated with
You all
requests
needed to be
learn
comfortable
the
with it.
system.
Yeah,
And
I
I think
get
we're
all
there
that,
now,
that's fine.
so.
And I'd also like to compliment Nick as a former Bait Bulldog. We used to have to paint L and R on his shoes, so you know, left and right.
Big shoes, you know, you gotta,
Then he put them on the wrong feet. You know.
I know
wonder
we've
why I
talked
ran
about
around in
this
circles.
in the past, security. Are you comfortable that with ransomware and that we've got enough firewalls in place?
yeah, we have replaced all of our firewalls this year. We allow 0 outside traffic. Unless it originates out of our network, it is not allowed back in. We utilize VPN for remote teleworkers, which are virtual private tunnels. They're encrypted completely. The only thing we don't currently have now is the ransomware mitigation. It's something that we would like to add on this year, and that's.
Explain what that is.
So basically, every night, every machine will take a snapshot, encrypt it, and store it into a secondary partition on the computer's hard drive. If that device gets ransomware in it, which it shouldn't in the first place, but if it does, the system will automatically take this image and restore it back over. So it'll delete what's on this partition and restore it back with this saved image.
So does that eliminate the scenario where somebody comes in and says, we've gotten all your data, and if you want it back, you got to pay us X
Essentially.
dollars?
I will not say it'll totally eliminate it, but it will mitigate it to the best we can.
Yeah, when
Which
you talk about
happened-
technology, never say never.
Never say
That
never.
happened though in, what is it, Frankfurt? that their system was
It's
compromised? and-
happened in a few places, yeah. I
Yeah.
mean,
When do you
Most recently.
right now, we work to prevent it, but now this year, we want to work on mitigation should we have it happen.
When do you think you'll have that in place?
That'll be one of our first things. Our contract expires currently in June, so we'll renew that 1st of July and start rolling. And it's not a rollout, it's just, we already have the software installed. As soon as we pay for that additional feature, it'll go into effect.
Gotcha.
Do
Thank
you have adequate staffing, you feel like, right now?
Yes,
to-
we do.
To do your
We-
preventive
We
things?
reallocated this year. We used to have a director and 3 technicians, and I assigned a technician to areas. We found that really didn't work because I had 3 people who knew a lot about their area and nothing about anything else. And when we had somebody out, that was an issue. So we've reallocated to a network administrator, which he is dedicated to nothing but the reliability and security of the network. And then we have 2 where we're going to call Tier 1 support technicians. They're the guys who are taking our new ticketing system, and they're the guys hitting the street every day, going out and handling all of the support tickets.
So if we have, thousands of people using our new app, are you all prepared for
That doesn't affect
that?
us.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a hosted solution, that's on them, they back up, they maintain. That's on all the other staff to make sure they get in.
Because
and-
it's going to directly go to them?
Exactly. And
Okay.
it'll be the same with any website. That'll take a burden off of us that, right now, I or Matt have to update the website. This will go out to every department, will have access to their area, they can go at it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did a
Good.
service request on there, it worked like a charm.
You did? Yeah. I haven't done one yet,
We
but I do
try
have the
to-
app.
Our response time right now is we've gotten it down to sub 2 hours for,
I got a completion notification, it was, from the time you all got it till I got my completion notification, wasn't more than 2 days, it's probably less than that.
yeah, we try not to let them go that long, but it
Well,
depends
I
on
mean, I
what it
think you
is.
had to ask somebody else to get
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
done, so, yeah, it was impressive, I thought.
It's really helped us a lot. It's really gave us a lot of analytics to look at as well. We know who our problem departments are now. Yes,
I know.
you can, I'll let you talk about that.
Troublemaker. Thanks,
Anything
Nick.
else? All right,
Yeah.
thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor, could I indulge us for about a 5-minute break?
I think that's a fantastic
Yes,
idea.
Thank
it's a
you.
great idea. Do we need a motion for that, or are you just going to call it?
Just call for 5.
Recess.
So we have our dual joint legislative presentation here. So just a quick summary of the Legislative Executive Department. Legislative Executive Department provides the overall administrative support functions for the city. You know, ours is unique because it's a broad-based structure of functions, including human resources, city clerk, and executive city management. I can speak for our department, human resources. I mean, mine alone, you know, alone is pretty broad-based. That includes, you know, recruitment, benefits administration, safety, workers' compensation, employee relations, HRS and technology, and of course, regulatory compliance. Don't know if you want to summarize some of the clerk functions for everyone real quick.
Yeah, so the city clerk is basically records custodian. I keep all the minutes for all city commission meetings. I'm the record keeper for the entire city, process open records. That's generally what I do.
All right, so this is our org chart as it exists right now, the organizational chart, with all positions. Hasn't changed, and we don't anticipate it changing. We're going to talk about a little bit on our goals. And
Now, do you both utilize, her name just went out
Your
of my head.
assistant, Haley.
Hey, do y'all both use her to some degree?
Yes, yeah, and Haley's, I am her direct supervisor, but she provides administrative support to Earl and Ashley, all three of us essentially.
Okay.
So she's in a unique position where she has a cross-functional responsibility. So any minute she can be given a task, whether it's a city clerk, city manager, or an HR task, or she could be working at all three at the same time.
But that, I hate to talk specific names, but that position also trains to back up the clerk?
Yes. And so goals and objectives, you know, we talked about, we'd obviously like to do continuing education. I know, for myself, there's a education that I'd like to see in the administrative position, assistant position, develop on the HR side as well as continue. For me, I'm always continuing to read. Okay. I'm always continuing to read up and do things. So we have a lot of different things we want to continue to work through. Me personally, one of the things that I'd like to look at for myself this year is a SHRM CP certification, which is a new certification for HR professionals that came out about 3 or 4 years ago. And then-
That's for you, or that's for your assistant?
For me.
For you, okay.
Yes. And then, one of the big things for me is implementation of HRS payroll system. We'll talk about that on our cost components, but we're currently working through that right now with an RFP that we put out. Healthcare cost containment, you know, we kind of expanded on that pretty detailed on Monday. That's something that, honestly, that's something that's never going to go away. It's something we have to continuously work on with healthcare. Completion of the compensation market study, that's one of our big goals and objectives that we've worked on in the last several months, which obviously will kind of lead into that, where it's at at the end of the meeting this afternoon. Okay. Ashley, anything you want to talk about on your goals?
Yeah, so for continuing education for the city clerk position, I'll be certified this year in the state of Kentucky. My next step would be to go to get my master's municipal clerk certification. And I've also looked at degrees possibly. And then one of my major goals for the next year would be to go to all paperless meetings. We're about 70% there right now. I have a few more that I've got to get paperless, but that's one of my major goals.
So into our cost impacts, these are the major cost impacts that we've seen for our department. One of those is and I mentioned earlier, the HRS and payroll system. This one is it is on the top of the list. We just recently got notified from Blackbaud, which is supports us for Financial Edge, that they're no longer going to support payroll as effective July 1st. Now, we had purchased the software, the utility software with Cassell. Cassell does offer a payroll function. We are looking at them. But with that, we're looking at a total HR solution. And that total HR solution would include payroll, time and attendance, human capital management. We talked about recruiting earlier. We'd like to see us establish an applicant tracking system that's more efficient for applicants to apply for jobs, and we can track those. So right now, we have an RFP that we put out for vendors. We're currently looking at that. as we speak, and we anticipate that cost could be in the range of $50,000 to $60,000. And that would be an annualized cost. Now, Cassell is in that running too. We didn't purchase a lot of the functionalities that we needed. They have some limitations on some things, but we're looking at that. But their cost solutions will be factored in with the other outside RFPs that we had for that. And so, and we are, unfortunately, we have to make a very quick decision on our payroll solution because ours goes away July 1st, and it's going to take about 8 weeks to implement a new solution. So by the 1st of April, we have to have a decision, and we'll be presenting a recommendation on who we go forward with so we can get that implemented.
It's the goal to get every system talking to every other system, isn't it? I mean, that's sort of what we've been shooting for a long time, but.
It is, and it's actually, with this HR solution, that goal is not to do à la carte softwares. The goal is to have that all encompassed into one. So for example, if you have a total HR package that you purchase, say it's external from Cassell, you'd have a single package of one software that integrates with another, and that's essentially all you have, and it's easier to manage that way, and it's more efficient as well. And we hope that that'll bring, quite a few efficiencies to the city on payroll, time and attendance, and also compliance as well. Like we talk about I-9s, for example, we'd like to see an electronic I-9 platform just to ensure that we're protected. And our records are retained according to KRS statutes. That's another, thing that we want to make sure that's controlled. Just a couple other things, and I'll let Ashley talk some of the cost components. One of the things that we did too is we looked at our budget. We were approved for one additional administrative assistant. We were recommending not taking that out of the budget. With the workload and staff levels that we have, we feel like we're efficient in the legislative department, so that would estimate cost savings of base salary would be around $25,000. Probably, realistically, if you looked at adding benefits and retirement, you're looking more along the lines of about $40,000 in savings. So we're going to recommend taking that out of our salary budget line item this year. Okay. Anything you want to add?
Just one other thing, we're reducing the staff education budget line item by about 50%. That was budgeted pretty high, and we don't feel like we'll come anywhere close to that, even with our continuing education goal. So we are looking to reduce that and then increasing legal services because we're budgeted pretty low for that one.
And that's just that's a general overall summary of legislative, if anyone has any questions.
Are you pleased with the healthcare package?
I am. I think the cost containment mechanisms that we have in place, I think will help us offset it. One of the biggest challenges, Mayor, is that we had some high claims this year, and our stop-loss carrier actually lost money on our account this year. They were 65% over because they paid out more than what we paid them in premiums. I think with the prescription programs that we have with Angel RX, adjusting the deductibles and the max out-of-pockets, I think will hopefully get us flatline and start moving downhill as opposed to up. So I am satisfied with that. And also our overall ancillary plans like dental, vision, life, those have actually really served us well. We took off the HRA card program, which saves us $63,000. So I think we're going in the right direction, but what we've got to focus on, and when I say we, I talk about as all of us as city employees as being plan members on the plan. We've got to drive wellness and smart consumer utilization of our health care. If we can do that, I think we can get us back to where we were when we went to self-insured plans.
How do you intend to do that?
So part of that is, we're going to drive, the Angel RX program. We've got I'll give you an example, we got about $50,000 of cost savings out there through pharmacies that's not been exploited yet or utilized by the employees. So we're going to really drive them to, have accountability. They really got to use that program. Another thing that we're going to do is we are going to be doing the dependent audit this year to make sure that our health care plan utilization is correct, meaning that only eligible dependents are on the health care plan. Then also pushing telemedicine is a real big thing for us. So like, for example, And I think I mentioned this on Monday night, if you get a minor consultation and you run to the emergency room, yeah, you're paying your copay, but the city is paying that full claim, and so that will help us, drive those claim costs down. Because if usually an average UTC visit, if we pay somewhere around $1,500, $2,000 for that claim, well, if you go to telemedicine, we've already paid for that. It's a flat $3,000 fee that we pay a year. So those are the kind of things that we're going to focus on this year.
Has anybody used that? I've not used it. Yeah.
We've had a
Just
handful.
curious.
Yeah, citywide, I think we have a total of 400 members on the plan, but we've only had about 30 utilize telemedicine. So see, we've got to drive that home to offset some of those UTC visits.
If an employee uses the telemedicine, is there a cost to them?
There's not a copay for general medical. There's a copay for behavioral health services, which is $25. Now, if the pharmacist writes them a script or the PCP through telemedicine, they would have to pay their copay unless it qualifies under the Angel RX program. If it's a maintenance drug, it could, and there'd be no copay on that.
Give me an example of where you would use telemedicine.
So a good example of telemedicine, let's say you wake up one night and you got a massive headache and it ends up being a sinus infection. Instead, most people will, if they have a sinus infection, they go to UTC, get a Z-Pack or medication. Those kind of things, they can treat you remotely. And the city doesn't pay that $2,000 medical claim. We don't pay anything additional because we've already paid that flat fee to Teladoc for those services.
Okay, so I guess nights and weekends, or if you're traveling on vacation, you could just call, so.
It is, it's a 24-hour, you've got the option to do call-ins, or you've got the option to do it through virtual meetings with the doctor, whichever you're comfortable
And
with.
you're gonna educate the employees so they use that.
Yeah,
Excellent. Okay.
yeah, because I think that's how we're gonna have to drive down our utilization. Like I said, being smart consumers on our health plan is what's gonna help us drive our costs down.
So on the prescription drugs, I think most everybody likes to get their drugs from another human being that they're comfortable with, as opposed to the mail. Can we shop that locally, or is that just institutionalized with mail service?
Yeah, I mean, you can't really deny them the option to choose a pharmacy of their selection under the health care plan. They have the right to select the pharmacy, whether it's an in-network or out-of-network. So we can't mandate specific pharmacies because it has to be a personal choice. But the best approach to take to that is educating folks on, look, if you get a tier 3 drug, that copay could be $120 for a 30-day supply, right? So you're paying roughly $1,200, $1,300 a year for that medicine. Well, that medicine may cost the city $50,000 on the back end. They're paying $1,200 or $50,000. With that program, what it does is the city may get that medicine for $20,000, but the employee doesn't pay that $1,200 annual cost. The other thing of it too is they're on a 30-day script. Through Angel RX, it's 90-day script. And so it is a challenge. I'm not gonna lie, it's a challenge to overcome that comfort level of going to your pharmacy, but we really want to try to drive that utilization because, just to be transparent, if we don't do these utilizations, smart consumers, our healthcare cost is still going to rise because, it's a control mechanism, right, to keep, and so we've got to be all in on doing these things.
And I know this is kind of out of your area of expertise, maybe not, but the way the healthcare system is right now, Jenny's a healthcare person. She's physically fit, she works at being physically fit, she deals in the healthcare business. Me, on the other hand, I smoke 4 packs of cigarettes a day and drink a gallon of liquor every night. But our healthcare costs are the same as far as premium paid. At some point, her healthcare premium should be significantly reduced compared to mine, or mine should be considerably higher. I know that's a national issue, but can we do anything locally? along those lines?
Well, there are options there, but you would have to have a cost-sharing model for those really to work. And so the example that you're giving is a model that some plan structure, and it's called a tobacco or surcharge or, but what you would have to do there is you'd have to send people through, so if you have a smoker, for example, you'd have to send them through tobacco sensation testing. If that person is a smoker, say you're a smoker, Jenny's not, Jenny would not have to pay that surcharge, but the smoker would be because they're at higher risk. But those models like that typically really only work when you're looking at you have a cost-sharing model. But that is a model those are some of the things that you could utilize, but that's the only way that model would work.
Thank you.
Okay. It's a good question, and that is a valid thing that healthcare plans do
The
face.
50% reduction in staff education, does that include the five of us as well?
Well, we looked at the budget. Last year's budget, it was budgeted at about 40,000, and we only utilized, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think 6,000 to 7,000 of it. So we looked at the utilization. So we were recommending putting it back at 20,000 because we weren't utilizing it. But looking at the whole picture, actually, I sat down and looked at it. We feel like, and we factored the commission into that as well, that 20,000 would still cover the education needs that we have for the department. We felt it was just budgeted way too high in last year's budget.
Well, it's down real low because we didn't do any traveling for training last year. It was all virtual, so that's,
Okay.
and it's probably not gonna open back up in 21 either, so.
Even compared to previous years where we did do conferences and stuff, it was still significantly higher than previous years.
Thank you, ma'am.
Was it more of a spike, like a significant jump?
As far as the budget on the,
Well, our healthcare costs, or our insurance company's outlay that they,
yeah, the reason for the spike was because it was primarily, when we look at our medical, where we're self-funded, there's several line items. You've got your TPA fees, and then you have your stop-loss premiums. The indicator underlier there was the stop-loss carrier brought it back with the increase that we're facing because, and that's one of the reasons we changed recommended to change the spec limit from 50,000 to 70,000, is to offset some of that cost on the front end with fixed premium reductions, because at the end of the day, they'll pay the claim up to the spec of 50,000. We pay it, but then beyond 50, it's unlimited cap that the stop-loss carrier pays it. And what happens is, this year, we paid in less premiums, 65% less in premiums than what the stop-loss carrier paid out in medical claims. So they actually lost 65% on our plan last year. And it was directly to high-cost claims that drove that number up. And we had the broker put it out to market, and one of the challenges is we had, I think, 11 stop-loss carriers did not even want to bid on our account. So we only had 2 that would actually bid a proposal. Originally, the stop-loss was at 40% increase. Our broker was able to negotiate it down to that 19% increase that we presented on Monday night. So, I mean, the bottom line is we've had a really bad claim run year, and it really drove our cost high on the medical side.
but that hadn't really been the trend, had it? I mean, having real high claims.
No, it trended up a little bit. No, I think I looked at in 2018-19, it was pretty good. 19-20, there was a really high claim year in 19-20, and then this past year, 2021. So 2 of your last 3 years have been pretty high claim cost. The first year of stop loss, when we switched to self-funded plan in 18, it wasn't real significant, but the last 2 years have been really high. And that's why I think if we can drive these programs to be smart consumers, I'm hopeful we can drive those claim costs down, because if we do, then our renewals will look much favorable. But the challenge is, there's just unknown variables there when you're talking about healthcare too, and that's, there's things that are going to happen that's out of, the plan administrator's control. But what we can control is, being smart on how we use those minor treatments and things of that nature, like Teladoc and Angel RX program.
I would add too that Strongside Solutions, who's our broker, is extremely aggressive in approaching cost containment.
Yes.
And so we will give them that credit for sure, right? The dialogue and the push to Randy and I, you know, it's a lot of times centered around beginning the conversation with cost containment. How do you control? What are you doing? You know, that kind of thing.
Yep. Yeah, and to Earl's point, Strongside and Wendell, every time they get a prescription that qualifies, he basically will pick up the phone and call me and say, hey, Randy, I've got this. I'm sending this out to the member. If they're not non-responsive, we want to get you involved. So they're very aggressive on making sure that those pharmacy savings are accounted for, and we're going after them. All right, thank you.
How y'all doing?
Hello, Evan.
Are you sorry you took the job yet?
No, not yet.
All right, good, good.
I told Earl, I said, I just got thrown to the wolves here over 2 weeks, so, but it's all good. That's what I signed up
It's coming
for.
on, Kevin.
Yeah,
It's coming.
Yeah, he was just sitting around minding his own business, and now here you
It's early in the season.
Well, let's go back. All right, the Danville County Parks and Recreation is in our community to ensure that citizens are provided with the opportunity to exercise, play, and offer a variety of programs that meet all citizens' needs that improve the quality of life. The Parks and Recreation Department has embraced the concept of a positive sports environment for all of the youth, no matter their financial, social, or educational situation. All right, y'all bear with me a little bit here with my org chart. Our department is pretty large. Most of our employees consist of part-time employees. So at the top, you have myself, director, maintenance supervisor, along with assistant maintenance supervisor. And then we have some part-time maintenance seasonal staff. We have an office clerk, recreational supervisor, and a program supervisor. Underneath the recreational supervisor, we have concession manager, office staff, concession seasonal aide, a day camp coordinator, day camp counselors, aerobic coordinator, aerobic instructors, dance instructor, dance assistants, pool manager, and lifeguards. Program supervisor is a site coordinator, umpires and officials, scorekeepers, gym supervisors, and then I think I left off, that would be our volunteer help of our coaches that are involved in our programs. I know that number of part-time vacancies seems pretty large. That number's dwindling as we speak. We're in the process of hiring umpires for our leagues that are starting up, our concession workers that we're going to be utilized throughout this summer, along with lifeguards and a few other part-time vacancies. So that number does seem large, but I don't think it's anything to worry about. Currently, we have 2 full-time vacancies. One of those would be assistant maintenance supervisor, and the other one would be my old position, which is the program supervisor. Both of those are budgeted into our budget, so the money is there. It's just beginning to get that hiring process going. Some goals and objectives for Parks and Recreation: to retain all existing parkland for the use and enjoyment of residents, retain existing recreational land for recreational use, maintain the park facilities at a level of consistent to the uses and desires of the community, make improvement to the parks based on the parks master plan. Also want to offer a variety of recreational programs and events for users of all ages and abilities, contribute to health, wellness, and culture throughout park and programs, affordable programs and events to meet the evolving needs of the diverse population, and provide a creative program and events that reflect trends and community desires. Increase connectivity between parks, nature, and the community. Offer welcome amenities that promote a sense of community and attract visitors. Provide connection between the community and the natural environment. Some capital and operational expenses that I would like to take care of. Striping and sealing in Millennium Park. As you all know, we have several weekends that are full of tourists that coming into our community and are involved in our weekend tournaments. As of right now, we currently do not have striping on that parking lot, so I would like to get some striping and maximize the amount of vehicles that we can get in there, and more importantly is make sure that we are handicap accessible as well. Renovating baseball fields and softball fields. Out at Millennium Park, everything out there is beginning to age, and I think that it needs an update. Would like to invest some of our capital expenses into renovating baseball and softball fields, not only at Millennium, but Jackson Park as well. Also, looking ahead at an ADA play structure. Would also like to restore Millennium Park's complex and restrooms. I think those are two things that need quite a bit of attention out at Millennium Park. And then I spoke earlier on adding a second assistant maintenance supervisor. And then prioritized, one thing that I want to launch is go ahead and complete the purchase of our Civic Rec program, our POS system, and our scan system. That way we can all be internet friendly, and people in our community will be able to utilize that without having to come in and sign up their children or themselves for our programs. We'll be able to get that taken care of. I think that covers my PowerPoint slide. Does anybody else have any questions?
Have you investigated the cost of any of these things, or?
I have. It's currently in our budget. I know the striping and sealing. I don't think I have the numbers at the top of my head.
Oh, that's okay.
I can get those to you if needed. I know that the ADA structure playground, that's approximately $200,000. If I'm not mistaken, we're able to get a grant for that. Am I correct on that, Errol?
We've applied for the grant right now, and the indication is we're getting that.
Nice.
Ooh, great.
So that's big for Parks and Recreation. The restoration complex, I have not looked into that yet. That's something I can look into as well. I do think that's pretty high up on our priority list as well.
Okay. Well, I can just wait till the draft budget comes out. I'm just curious if you had any general numbers.
Yeah, I apologize for not putting
No,
figures
no,
in,
no,
so.
That's fine.
You
all
mentioned
right.
pool personnel.
Mm-hmm.
Pool's gonna be open this year?
As of right now, that's our plan, is to open pools, unless the governor makes a different mandate about not being able to open public pools. We currently are waiting to get a few areas of the pool repaired. Again. And so I think if we can get those repaired, that pool will be functionable for this summer.
The POS that you mentioned, is that going to make concessions tight in terms of accountability?
I think so, and I think it'll be able to, we will be able to have that at each location, so I think that'll be helpful as far as baseball locations, softball, soccer complex, and not only those locations, but at our fitness center as well.
Ignorance on my part, but how can we maximize concessions?
Well, I think if we keep a close inventory on that, and that will help tremendously. Not letting product go to waste would be a big help. We need to make sure that we're utilizing our product, getting our numbers correct on how much to order for our weekend tournaments. I think that can maximize our concession sales.
Can we limit outside food that comes in?
Excuse me?
Can we limit outside food that comes in? Like
Um,
coolers and bringing their own
Yeah,
food?
I know for our weekend tournaments, we try our best to limit those and keep those coolers out, because when those coolers are in, everyone's bringing a bologna sandwich, crackers, water. And we want people to purchase from our concession stands. So that's probably one of our biggest challenges, is trying to keep those out. These travel teams, they're pretty tricky. You know, they all have their little wagon with them with their tents covering it up. So it's hard to search through, I guess, each individual's personal belongings. But you know, if it's spotted, that's something that we can typically take care of.
If it's an actual cooler, you can say that's not allowed.
Unless it's for medical purposes.
Okay, all right.
But
But that is a normal practice around.
No, I wouldn't get into that.
When you're at a tournament 12 hours, you gotta bring food.
yeah,
And you'll still buy like $50 worth
And
at the.
as far as pool goes, we don't allow any coolers into our
Oh, that's
pool.
good.
But the park is a little trickier situation. You know, it is a public place, and that might be something that family wants to do, is, you know, in between games, hike out to an open field and have a family picnic. But we try our best to make sure that our product is well advertised and it's known that it's there.
You all have really made a lot more money over the years, I've noticed, with concessions, so that's great, as you've held more tournaments.
Yes, and as
Based
of right
on
now,
when there was less.
we have several weekends booked up. We still do have a few vacant slots available, but as of right now, we have approximately 18 to 19 tournaments booked for this upcoming summer.
So are we still subcontracting out our fields to the tournament sponsors?
4 weekend tournaments, yes, we are. There is a facility agreement for that weekend tournament that we are leasing out.
Do you see that changing anytime in the near future?
That's again, a tricky situation. As far as employment for those tournaments, those umpires and officials get paid a very hefty sum of money to umpire the weekend tournaments. It's hard to pull clientele base from those. And the way it works, it is tricky. I guess there could be ways around it, and something to look into, but as of right now, I plan on sticking to the field usage agreement.
One of the things that we need to do,
In this area is to recruit tournaments to us, right? Not just be the director of the tournament, but what we'd like to do is reach out to a broader set sometimes of tournament organizations, to organizations in general, try to recruit their regional tournaments to us. And some of that requires additional facilities that we currently don't have. And so that's something that we'll be working with Evan as we go forward on how do we maximize that, because there is a element of revenue and tourism that we need to capture by doing that. And you know, that's one of our goals, and we freely acknowledge that. And then, too, the subtle thing behind that, and we talked to Evan and I have talked about this a little bit, is, and anybody that's traveled knows this, had to go out of town to travel. So if we can recruit a tournament here that satisfies our local team's needs, then that's a trip our local folks does not have to make to Louisville to play all weekend, right? Which, you know, that saves us money because we've already invested in infrastructure here. We already have fields here. So how do we recruit those types of organizational tournaments to us, and so that our folks don't have to pay to travel, right? So there's a lot to it, and that's something that we've already talked about, and we will continue to refine and try to figure out how we can improve revenue by doing that, but also improve services by doing that.
And at the same time, Mr. T, I want to warn you to be real careful, because the parents on the travel teams in this county, part of the ambiance is they get to go out of town for the weekend. So we have to be real careful that we don't try to do that. And I tell folks that when these teams come to our community, if it's just for a day or for the weekend, we may not realize it as a city, but the community realizes it, because they spend a lot of money outside the park. Some of them stay overnight and stuff. So it's a balancing act, but we want to get our share of it, but if you try to run every tournament that's in Millennium Park all summer long, you're gonna need lots and lots more staffing for sure. 'cause they-
Most definitely, it would take a small army to make that work.
Yeah, just scheduling them.
Evan, do you have any thoughts about programming or any improvements to the community parks, the non-Millennium Parks?
I would like to implement more programs, and offer for a wide variety of ages. Right now, and currently, we only have programs that are centered towards our youth. Me being a young adult, you know, I think that adult leagues would thrive in our community, and as long as we can supply to all ages, I think that there are definitely programs out there that we can make that happen.
Right. The whole community's healthier. I'm really excited about the civic rec program. I think that's going to increase numbers, participation, communication, and I guess you'll go out to the schools and.
Yes, it's
some
definitely going to be more
marketing.
user-friendly, and
Right.
it's going to be more organized for the everyday citizen in our community. They will be able to have a better idea of what Parks and Rec is and what is available, what they're able to rent, what they're able to utilize, booking times that are, you know, it's all going to be at the palm of their hand. So I think that's going to be a great asset as well.
So last year, we had a little challenge about enrollment, and we didn't get to do it because of COVID and other things going on. So I'm open to some sort of challenge, you know. I don't know if you were aware of that or not.
I briefly, yes, I know where you're getting at.
Yeah, so, you know, whether it's, you know, if we meet a certain number, you know, we go in a dunking booth or get a pie in the face or something like that.
You're still willing, it's still on the
I am
table,
still
huh?
willing to do that. I just will not shave my head. That's
Yeah, that's
pretty
not
much
happening.
it.
I'm already thinning,
Pretty
so,
much the only thing I have, you know, so, and some of the things that were offered up were, you know, the men wear a dress or I like being able to have some sort of event where someone is in a dunking booth or pie throwing or something. So I'm open to that if my other commissioners are.
I'm
and-
glad you're open to that.
And the, I think the county was open to it too.
How many
and-
tickets you want to buy, Kevin?
and I was gonna say, you know, if you all aren't, then maybe you have to pay money to get out of it. So, you know, so keep that in mind.
Okay, I definitely will.
We're here to support you.
And Evan, if you still cannot do those types of things because of COVID, the one neat thing that stayed alive last year is that a lot of us were still able to adopt a Little League ball player or two or three or whatever, and I think
Yes.
that went real well too last
I
time.
think so too, yeah.
That was an
and-
easy way out for some of us, so.
Yeah, for sure, and that's something that is always needed. You know, not everyone is fortunate enough in our community, and that's something that is definitely needed. So.
Yes, I think, I sponsored somebody last year too. Not to put you on the spot, but have you had a chance to see Jenny Rogers and think about how that might fit in with your vision?
I will be over there tomorrow morning. Josh and myself are headed that way. So we've already met a couple times and have discussed some things and traveled around to some of our local parks. And tomorrow morning, we're gonna step foot in Jenny Rogers and be able to discuss some things in there, so. But that's something exciting.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to.
Thank you.
Have you, at night, how's the security? Have you found any issues?
I guess we've had a couple minor issues, with, of course, it's inevitable. It happens about every winter. You get a little snow on the ground, you get some of our youth, they turn their car into a four-wheeler, but, as far as that goes, that's probably the most that we've had. And I think that's something that can easily be fixed.
Do we have cameras out there?
We do, and we're currently in the process of putting up new cameras out at Millennium Park. Hopefully, we'll be able to begin that project this summer.
Because I hear that there's some transactional business that occurs out there.
Okay? I think we can take care of that too. And I know that we spoke with Tony over this winter, and we've had more patrol cars cruising through the area in in our late hours of the evening. So I would hope that that would help as well.
I like how you put that in there. Transaction, activity.
Transactional, and they actually are spending the night in the park.
Are they?
Yeah.
Anything else?
Glad you're here, thanks.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commission.
And
Thank you.
good job for a first-time presentation. Good
And
job.
Yeah,
congratulations.
I was a little nervous, but it's all right. It's all going to go downhill from here, you know?
Your
And
mama got you
congratulations,
trained.
we're glad
She
to have you.
trained well.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. We bought you a new fire truck, we're building you a new building, what do you want now?
Yeah, what the hell do you need now?
It's always a million-dollar question, right? Let's see here. All right, this is our City of Danville 21-22 budget we're going to talk about a little bit. Description, Danville Fire Department provides fire protection for the citizens of Danville. That could be anywhere from structure fires, motor vehicle accidents, hazmat incidents, rope rescue, a lot of different things we do for the community. Also, we also have community programs, car seat installations, CPR each month. I think Mr. Cottle knows the number, 859-238-1211 if you would like CPR.
Print it right here.
It's the last Friday of every month. And we have been getting a lot of citizens calling the station and scheduling those, and also a lot of corporations here are utilizing, manufacturing corporation are utilizing that CPR program as well. We save them quite a bit of money if they go outside as opposed to coming to us, because our cards are cheaper and it just makes sense for the citizens and for the corporation to utilize that. So that's a great program. We also do a lot of public education, fire prevention. Pre-COVID, we got around to all the schools every year and come in contact with around 2,000 students for fire prevention. We also provide education material through the Fire Service Commission, and that's a really good program as well. So we do a lot of things. We cover 16 square miles. We have 2 staff fire stations on Main Street, 1 Danville bypass. We have 3 platoons, work 24 hours on and 48 hours off. That's normal for all cities that have paid fire departments. Protect the city 365 days a year, have full coverage. We have 25 full-time staff positions right now. And I was looking back in our records, in 1990, we had 26 staff positions. So we have not increased staff positions since, actually lost staff positions since 1990. We had an extra deputy chief's position that went away. So 2,600 responses per year. We're on average, I ran the data yesterday. We're going to do over 3,000 calls this year if we continue on the same pace. It's around 8.3 calls per day. In 2010, we had 650 calls. So our call volume has dramatically increased. Our average response time to city limits is 4 minutes and 16 seconds. Our staff they do a wonderful job getting in and out of the station, working on getting the turnout gear, driving safely, of course, to the scenes, utilizing all our protocols that are in place. Have to give them credit. They do a wonderful job, and we're very lucky to have our staff members at the fire department. Next one's going to be our organizational chart. It's denoted in orange the vacancies that we have. We have a deputy chief's vacancy right now that's been open for about a year. And the fire marshal's position's been open longer than a year as well. We are in the process right now of going through deputy chief's interviews. Hopefully we have that closed out here in the next 2 weeks. So we've had some really good candidates from all over the United States, and it's been really interested to look at those. We also have 1 lieutenant position open right now that was through retirement. Jerry Domitian retired, and he left that position unfilled as of right now. So looking forward to some of those promotions, moving
Chief,
forward.
Were they vacant, sort of COVID issue, or just?
Through retirement. Chief
I mean, the
Luke,
length of time from vacancy to filling it?
mostly COVID related, some of it were. Also saving some of the salary a little bit.
Okay.
Just because we weren't sure where the financials were going to be with COVID. And it's not uncommon for someone to fill in those positions for a little while I did it for almost 9 or 10 months whenever Chief Flug retired, so it's not uncommon for that to happen. But we are in the process of filling those positions, hopefully in the next little bit. The fire marshal position is a really interesting position because that's all of our commercial inspections, and we get ISO points for that. So that's a really important position. Also, deputy chief position is super important because that's operational function. Lieutenant, of course, is the supervisor on that engine company. So those are key positions. But our staff members have done a great job stepping up and filling those roles. Our interim right now is Mike Mullins as a deputy chief, and fire marshal, I've been doing some filling in that position as well. Our lieutenants, our firefighters who are senior firefighters are allowed to work up and work as lieutenants on that truck. But they don't have the title for it. They filled in and did a wonderful job this year. And I gotta give credit to our staff. They did a really great job all year long, cost-cutting measures. We come in about 20% under budget for last year's. I think it was around $600,000. I have to give them credit for it. They've done a really wonderful job. We didn't get the stuff we wanted, but we got stuff we needed, and that's key. So kudos to those guys, and wonderful job for our staff. Some of our DFD goals and objectives. Of course, the completion of a new fire station. That's going to be pretty awesome in 2022. We are super excited about that. They got the walls and the basement poured some yesterday.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I was going to, let's talk about that for like 10 seconds. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
And so they have the west edge of the city hall currently exposed. They have the structural changes made to the foundation to stabilize that. And so they're going to start working on forming the tunnel. And so they'll be ripping the forms off, Friday probably, if not already today. And so you'll see some concrete, and then it'll start to come out of the ground. So it's moving forward, and we're all excited about that. I had a chance to walk around the other day and just look at it and try to make sure. And I think it's confirmed for me, it's going to be a nice asset where it's at, for sure.
Absolutely. We're trying to take pictures and put them on social media as the progression goes. The Marilla Construction also is taking pictures, and we also have some video of that. So we kind of need to look back in the time frame of that as well. So we're excited about the new fire station. Replacing engine 17, which is 2001 model. That was actually in last year's budget. We moved it back a year because of COVID-19 cost saving. And our staff has done a really good job. They've been looking at new engines, going out test driving. We have them in here vending, taking a look at them. So we want to get something for our.
What's your estimate on that?
We had 750,000. We're probably going to come in around 660 on that. That's complete with everything we need on that vehicle. So we don't really want to go over 660. That's where we want to stay at. But just like I said, engine 17 is a 2001 model. We need that. We're not going to get rid of engine 17. We're going to keep it for a backup for a later project. So that's going to be really, really good. Complete the CPSM study. That's the study the city is doing for our GIS audits and things of that nature. That's going to be completed in mid-May. They're coming down May the 11th and May the 12th to do in-person interviews and taking pictures. So I hope we can get that done by end of May, early June. That'd be a good study. Also, we're getting an ISO audit. And that's Insurance Standard Organization that sets the rates for the insurance rates here in the city. We haven't done an ISO audit since 2014, so we are 2 years overdue. So they called us and they want to come down, and we actually are doing the initial stuff right now. They've already got all the information needed, and we've been talking with the ISO people, and it's been really encouraging. We learned some of the things that we need to do better. We've been lax in some things, but we're going to get better. We're going to move forward from here. So. We'd like to phase out our part-time program. Our part-time staff has been great over the years. It's just not functional anymore. It's hard to get a part-time staff to come in and work for $9 an hour and risk their lives going into burning buildings, motor vehicle accidents. And also, they're not trained up to the same standards as our full-time staff is. Our full-time staff are all IFSAC 1 and 2, 400-hour certified hazmat. EMTs, our part-time staff is not, and it's just difficult for the citizens to understand. You can't put a person who's only been 20 hours of training on an apparatus and expect them to do a safe job. It's a lot of liability there. But I have to give the part-time staff credit. Over the years, they've really helped the city out a whole lot, and they've done a wonderful job for us. Identify strengths and weaknesses in organization. I think we do that every year with our SWOT assessment, and also we're always looking to improve. I think you need to look at that every year, not every 5 years, but annually. Continue to be good community partners with programs and services offered. We work really well with Bull County EMS, Bull County Fire Department. We offer a lot of different programs for the community, CPR, car seat. We're always looking to add programs if we can. So we've been a really good partner with everyone. And also we work really well with local businesses as far as safety offerings, inspections, things of that nature. New business come into town. We'll try to help them make sure they get all their licensing and ready to go. Inspections done. Some of the cost impacts by priority. We would like to add 3 staff members this year as soon as possible if we could. With a SAFER grant, the impact is only going to be $93,750 for the first year. The impact without the no grant funds will be $300,000 per year. That's just for 3 staff. Our estimate and I've spoken with Randy many times, including retirement, insurance, it's about $100,000 per staff member added. And our long-term goals, we'd like to add 3 per year to reach where we need to be. NFPA 1710 recommends 4 people on each apparatus. Right now, some days we can only have 2 people on the apparatus with the battalion chief following. So we're kind of below that NFPA 1710 recommendation. Second one there is replace engine 17. We put $750,000 down, hopefully coming around $660 on that one. It's a 20-year-old model. We're going to use it as a backup engine for future years. 17's been a great truck for us. It's saved us many times when our other engines go down. Some of the capital for safety, EMS, and PPE is around $115,000 needed. We need 2 heart monitors. That's for each engine. That's when we get on CDM cardiac arrest that we can hook those monitors up. And we don't have to take those off. They can go right with EMS. We'll get them back at the hospital. That's for life-saving measures. Class A uniform upgrades. Not all of our staff members have Class A uniforms at this time. And that's a really nice thing to have because it brings a lot of pride to your profession into the station. 3 streetwise tablets for each engine. That lets us know what's going on at that location, how to get to that location, where the hydrants are at that location. It's just a great tool and a great asset to have on those engines. The problem we're having right now with some of our tablets on the engines, they get too hot. During the summertime months, they're overheating and they can't be utilized. We've worked with Nick and he thinks we need to get 3 more different brands for that, so.
Do you know that there are apparatus that have fans in them?
Yes, yes,
That you
sir.
can put behind?
We need to look in some, just sitting in the station at Station 2, the way the sun comes through the bay, it's melted some of the tablets. We've left the doors open, but that's another security type issue that we have out there. But
See me later, I'll show you some
okay,
places.
all right, sounds great. Milwaukee Tools, that's some replacement tool, that's $5,000. And tires for the engines. We have to meet DOT standards, and those tires are extremely expensive. We just got 2 for engine 12 because it's got a large screw in one of them, and they need to replace. It was $3,000. So helmets and turnout gear, and that would be for if we knew additional firefighters. Each turnout gear is around $3,000 per set.
Why Milwaukee Tools?
It's just a name brand that's out there. We've looked at other brands before. I just put that on there. That's what I was given. That's what they suggested. So we always try to buy the best steward of the money, not necessarily the name brand of the tool. But it's kind of weird that you can go to Lowe's and buy an axe for $45, but in the fire service, it's $225. So
Sure.
it's always
It's
has
got a red handle to it.
got to have a red handle and that certification on it. So. DFD future projects, 2021, 22 new fire truck, and also the completion of the station. 22, 23 replace Squad 14 and training equipment. 23, 24 replace the rescue truck. 24, 25 Station 3 completion, or at least initiate those ideas about having a Station 3. I think there definitely is a need to have a Station 3 in the city. And I'll give you an example. Nicholasville runs about the same amount of runs that we do per year. They have 4 stations and 31 staff members. So we actually are on pace to do a little bit more than they did last year. So
Pause real quick right there. The idea of the 3rd station, we would submit that having rescue equipment permanently, or emergency equipment permanently stationed west of the railroad tracks, east of the railroad tracks, and north and south of the Clark's Run, we have had different events where we have been isolated, or those barriers have cut us off. And so that third station puts a specific apparatus west of the railroad tracks, and I do think that that's a direction we need to head in.
Very true, thank you. 25, 26 rescue pumpers, some needs to be replaced. SBA cylinders, replacement train, this is pretty far out, so this all could change. Purchase PP and turnout coats, and then 29 and 30, replace engine 12, which is in operation right now. So that's some of our future projects, something to think about, something to look out for in the future. This could all change, just like I said. We do have a 10-year plan. We try to stick with it the best we can. So just want to thank you guys for all your support over the years, and thank the citizens of Danville, and definitely thank my staff for what they do every day. They definitely are making the citizens and safer, and do a really good job. And that's it. Is there any questions?
So is adding 3 sufficient?
It would be more of a stopgap for right now. That would get us to 28 staff members total. That would allow us to have, right now we have 7 people on each platoon. That would take us up to 8, so that would be really good. But if we can add 3 more the following year, 3 more the following year, that put us up where we need to be in 3 years.
Okay. And I remember us doing that grant, but does that include the gear also, or is that
Yeah,
just salary?
the SAFER grant includes everything.
That is the gear?
That'd be $93,000 for 3 personnel, and that includes retirement, insurance, gear. Hopefully we'll get it, but if not, it would be $300,000 or so, or more. Just like I said, though, we haven't added anyone since 1990. That's a long time, 31 years. And we actually lost a position since then, which was a deputy chief training officer position.
So what's your turnover like?
Turnover's been really good. We haven't had very little turnover at all.
Okay, that's what
We had 4 staff members, I think, maybe a year and a half ago, go to other agencies because of compensation, and they have all returned to Danville Fire Department. So that's really good, and it's really good to get those staff members back. And we also have quite a few people who have contacted us about lateral transfers. So these are highly qualified people who've been in the agencies for a long time, and they would love to come to Danville to work.
Because since we're hazardous,
We're hazardous duty, yes, ma'am.
not all departments are hazardous.
Oh,
So-
there's only a few that I know of are not.
Okay,
That's something we could possibly look into at a later date, how to compensate those people. If new employees, not existing employees, if you wanted to hire someone directly off the street, would they have to be in the hazardous system? I don't know the answer to that right now. That's through KRS, and that would have to, we do have a KRS agreement right now. They have to be hired on as hazardous,
okay.
to my knowledge.
And if you do hire someone off the street, then they go to an academy?
There
you
is no
just do-
academy in
Okay.
Kentucky right now for that. The Kentucky Fire Commission is trying to get an academy started in Greenville, which would be awesome, because you could sit them down there for, say, 10 weeks. They could come back certified, which would be really helpful to us. Right now, if we took someone directly off the street, they'd have to have 400 hours to be certified, or the IFSAC 1 and 2. It would take an enormous amount of time to train that person to get 400 hours. You'd have to dedicate another staff member every day, 8 hours a day, to train them. We just can't do that right now. Don't have the staff to do it. Any other questions? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Round 2. This is for the Danville Police Department. The first slide I gave you there was just our mission statement. Over the past 18 months, with everything that goes on in law enforcement, this has been our mission statement probably about 10 or 12 years. And I think over that time, we have tried to meet those things that are on that mission statement. And I think we were at the forefront of some of the things that happened over the last 18 months, and we've been in front of that. And I think we've met those challenges head on, and we'll continue to try to improve upon meeting those challenges and the needs of our community. That's our organizational chart. Right now, we just have one assistant chief, and he runs the patrol and investigation sections, and then we also oversee dispatch communications, and then the executive assistants, as they're called now, on our administrative side. Myself and Darrell have talked about that chart, and I think that, we need to go back to the 2 assistant chiefs, and we need to change that structure to meet the needs of dispatch and the police department if we want to grow and do some of those things that I think we're going to have to do, and for us and dispatch, and to grow and to be better in the future, that, we're going to have that second assistant chief to move forward to do those things. That's kind of our staffing situation there. We're at 31 people currently. We have 2 officers that are in the academy. One graduates in April and one graduates in May. And then they have 2, both of them will be going through 10 weeks of PTO. Both of those gentlemen are minority recruits and officers. We have 2 more officers that were in a hiring process. They'll start the academy, and they'll actually start with us in April, and then we'll send them to the academy in July. They should graduate somewhere in December, and then they'll have their 10 weeks of PTO.
Is the academy open fully now?
It is open fully. It's not taking as many classes because they don't want that many people, on staff and up there to cut down on transmission rates. But it is opening. I think they have just like 2 classes going at one time instead of their usual number, about 4 or 5 classes. But the 2 that will be coming in April, they're brand new, recruits. Like I said, we'll be sending them to the academy in July, and they'll graduate in December. And so that's not help for us until about this time next year. So that just shows you how long the hiring process is. And actually, Randy's not here, but I think we started their hiring process last year, I think it was maybe March of last year, of 20. And because the academy was shut down and things like that, we're just now been able to process them through. You all just approved a lateral for us last commission meeting. We hope to get him started next month, or next week, actually. And we also interviewed another lateral, a female, and we'll set up a meeting with her and the city manager, Earl, for one day next week, hopefully. And hopefully that'll be another certified that we'll bring on board, hopefully in the middle to end of April. And both of those, I think, are outstanding people that I think they will fit into our mold and what we're doing very easily and quickly. And that will be some immediate help. So with all that being said, right now we're at 31. That will put us up to 33, and 2 of those people will be in the academy. And so that's kind of our current needs according to that chart. Then you look at that next column on needs. As you look there, it's not immediate that we need that assistant chief. It's not an immediate need, but it's something that we're going to need in the future. We definitely need to promote in investigations, that detective spot, if you remember, Major Peel was leading investigations. We have not replaced that supervisory spot there. And then also we've not replaced the administrative sergeant spot of Sergeant Butler. You know, those two positions have not been replaced, and that has increased a huge burden upon myself and Chief Doan to, you know, cover those positions. We've been lucky because we don't have court, and they've not, you know, trial and cases like that. So that has helped. But we still get open records requests from the courthouse, and not just the courthouse. When we get open records requests, when Ashley gets them, you know, we're getting open records requests because we're dispatching. You know, we're getting those things from Junction City calls, Parable calls, you know, all that other stuff. So it's not just our cases that we're producing open records requests for. It's also on those other agencies that we service. And that's a burden too, that, you know, that we didn't foresee being this great when we took that on. So we would like just to, if we can get these, some of these things, we're just 3 short. And if we get the 2, you know, we're just trying to get back to that 36 number. And that's the immediate need, to get 5 people and to get to 36. We would like to have that to be somewhere near 41. That would allow us another K-9 to get us at 2 K-9s, at least 1 more SRO for the Danville school system. But I think that we need to have 3 SROs. We could have DCA and KSD split an SRO, and that would, you know, give those 2 schools an SRO. And I think it's much needed into these days and times. And like I said, we definitely would need that assistant chief or major's position, whatever you all want to classify that, but we definitely need that if we really want to think about growing and moving dispatch and us down the road, if we're going to make those needs. Our cost impact operationally, you know, I think as Randy and Earl start to look at the pay, you know, that's definitely going to need for us to address the retention issue. We lost 10 officers this year. We knew that going into it that we had 3 that were going to be rolling off contract somewhere around July, and we knew we had another 3 that was going to be rolling off contracts, you know, in September. So we knew those 6 positions were probably going to be leaving us, and we had 3 or 4 that was recruited away from us. I think that's a testament to the people that we recruit, we bring in, and I think it's a testament to the training. Every single person that's left us has gone on to be future chiefs. The director of the academy, you know, replaced me as a detective back in around 2000, Nikolai Jellick, and then he ended up leaving and going to Louisville. So that's one thing I do feel good about, that, you know, when we send out we turn out an officer, you know, they've gone on to do great things. And I think, you know, if we were basketball coaches, you know, I could say that most of our assistant coaches have left us, and now they're coaching in the NCAA tournament. So that's kind of how I like to think of us. Capital, you know, we got some capital projects. Most of our capital projects are just on a schedule and repeats. There's not a whole lot new that we're doing on capital. The last couple of years, we've done some improvements down to our firing range, and we had some money in this year's budget to do that, but because of financial constraints, we didn't do those things. So we've got a new request again to try to do some things down there. It's not a major need, But it's something that, you know, we'd like to do to upgrade the range down there and some things like that. And that's all that I've got for the police department. You know, for us, it's all about staffing and recruiting. It's not so much, I think Randy can tell you, you know, we've probably got 20 applications in there, and probably 15 of them we've gone through. You know, they're probably not going to meet our standards of what we're looking for, but we will test probably next month, have a testing and process and start looking to fill those positions. Kind of like Rebecca, you know, about 2 officers is all we can handle as far as PTO and things like that, same as dispatch. You know, we can only, with the numbers that we have and the demands that we have to safely train people, about two in dispatch and 2 on patrol is all that we need to be doing at one time. So it does take time to replenish those. The pay structure that we just adjusted to has allowed us to recruit some certified officers, and that's been good because we do need that immediate help. But we also like to recruit just non-certified officers and grow our own. It's a balance, and I think we want to keep that balance. It's worked well for us. Again, I think we have a great staff as an agency. Over there at the academy, they consider us what they call medium, small to medium to large. We kind of hit all the buttons over there. But for an agency our size, there's not many agencies that have the talent, have the equipment, and handle the things that we do. And I think we do a really good job. The last couple of months, Earl and Randy have done an outstanding job of us getting together and tackling emergency services. It's new for both of them, and I think they've done a good job of trying to catch up and look at some of the obstacles that we're facing and, you know, us try to make a path forward. And
Do you think we're in a better position now to retain those 3-year officers and not let them get recruited away after their contract's up? Are we in a better position to keep them longer?
looking at the new pay proposal, that if we can get that, we will be.
Okay.
We will be. And we've got a couple of people that are on the 3-year contract that will be coming up probably this fall. And I just think, it just depends on what we can do as far as that, that pay. And if we can make some strides to implement what they're looking at, I think we'll be fine. Questions, concerns?
I just also want to say, my husband and I attended the Citizens Academy, and I cannot say enough good things about it and what a great job you all do. But if anyone ever has the opportunity to do it, please do it. It is enlightening, educational, fun, and it's great. And I really appreciate it. And I've been telling everybody to sign up, so you all may have an influx of sign-ups. Don't you have one starting, or?
We'll do one again in the fall. I think that it is probably the best recruiting tool and educational thing out there. If you want to know about how we work and what we do and how we do it and what we can and cannot do, I think it's the best thing that we can move with.
Are you still doing ride-alongs?
We have not done them since COVID. We pretty much have limited that to recruits and people in the academy. But I look for that to probably open up after the first, around July, first of our fiscal year.
I didn't get my ride-along.
I know, yeah, we haven't That's kind of your fault too, though.
I know.
There's your eye opener.
Yeah.
I have a conference call that I have to attend. So I'm sorry. Y'all can continue on.
Okay.
You have a question for the chief?
Now, Chief knows that I know how to reach him.
But yeah, I think department heads are usually the people to go to on how to retain. And I appreciate having a city manager and staff that are listening, because I think the solutions are probably known, and appreciate a commission that last year saw the need for pay increases. So glad to be on the right track.
Yeah, I think, you know, that we're all trying to get there. Me and Earl have had several conversations in the last week here at work, and we just kind of bumped into each other everywhere else. But, you know, retention is the key. And we're a growing city. I just happened to look at the report number today, and we're already at 6,000, dispatch is already at 6,000 entries. You know, catted entries. That's not phone calls, that's catted entries. And out of those 6,000, you know, we're probably somewhere 75 or 80% of those calls. So if that continues, you know, we're probably looking at a record number of calls early. We've already logged 10 weapons-related calls, you know, in this 3 months, and that number is a little alarming already. We've talked about with because of COVID and the people being cooped up, that this could be a record number in the summer for us. And just, like I said, just looking at some of that stuff already, that we kind of see that we could be in for, you know, pretty rough summer.
Have you seen an uptick in domestic?
It started last fall that we saw that. I think we went over the 600 number, and we're usually at 500. We usually, domestic is one of those numbers I kind of keep a track of. We're usually average about 40 calls a month. So that's right around 500. And last year we topped over 600 domestics. Wrecks or accidents, we stayed steady. On the state, I just saw something where they put out the state transportation put out something that they were down like 20%, but then they're looking for a spike as more people want to get out, more people want to travel, you know, after this first quarter is over. So our numbers were steady as far as accidents, and so that number could go up for us as well as we get after this first quarter and the summer comes out.
Okay. Oh, just real quick, I know probably a lot of the compensation issues are gonna be long-term, like little bits. And it'd be great, like maybe the police and 911 to be on a little bit more of a fast track than perhaps other areas, maybe 1 to 2 years max versus 3 or 5, so.
Myself and Earl, like I said, you know, those things as far as delineating those dispatch things and trying to do that and getting that out, you know, that'll take some time to develop. And like I said, you know, Rebecca's on the radio today. She had to get off the radio and come up here just to present this. You know, it's me and Randy have really, and even Earl, you know, have talked about we've got to increase their staffing. You know, we've got to make her an administrator. You know, she cannot work the radio 30 or 40 hours a week. You know, we you know, for dispatch to move forward and do some of the things that we want them to do down the road, you know, we've got to get her to completely and totally off that radio. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Now that we have all the short presentations out of the way, we can get to the real.
Oh, no.
All right, so,
Before you guys start, we need to take another break probably.
Oh, thank you, yes.
okay,
Yeah, please.
that's fine.
You had that look on your face, I could tell. I'm sorry. I saw my Kevin down there.
I drank 3.
I just learned you're a driver. I did not know that.
That's
There are
good.
snacks in the room.
I'm going down there.
Okay.
I'm going down there this time.
Well, my husband's a car guy. He took me down to London, last week, I guess it was, week before. I've never been, so, he's a car guy. He was like, what? He's a driver? He said, I don't
There's
know.
snacks in
I
the
need to
room.
talk to him, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Are they
You back.
healthy Commissioner Holland snacks or like
They're group
chocolate?
snacks.
Cemetery stormwater budget presentation. Department functions, public services. This isn't everything. This is just their kind of primary things. I even left off leaf collection on this. This department does everything. If it's in city right of way or if it's on city property, they are taking care of it. So they're a busy group that is, it's extremely vital to the city. If this group doesn't do a good job, people notice. One of the things when I started back, good news and bad news. Good news is you've got a really good group right now that does a really good job and gets work done. Bad news is I can't improve them very much. They're already doing a really good job. So they, we are pretty close to max productivity with that group. So we'll talk about that a little bit more later. We'll talk about that here in a second. We're at one vacancy right now that we're interviewing tomorrow. So we've kind of kept close to that, I think, past year or so. We haven't had a lot of turnover lately, so they've kept pretty well staffed up. Cemeteries, the kind of basic cemetery operations, lot sales, interments, cemetery maintenance, grave location for grave owners, for monument companies, those kind of things. We just filled the cemetery supervisor position a few months or so ago. He's doing a great job so far. Just kind of give you a reference, last year we did 91 burials. We had 91 services last year. The big trend there we're seeing is trending towards cremation burials. And that's something we're going to have to look at our interment rates to adjust to that. It's, we don't charge very much for cremation burials, but it uses almost as much of our time as a traditional burial. So we need to, that's one of the things we'll talk about later. Stormwater department functions, taking care of the stormwater system, inspections of the stormwater system. Our street sweeping operation is out of stormwater department, street sweeper driver and the truck. And then just in general, our MS4 stormwater program compliance. That's the state Division of Water requires cities over 10,000 to comply with their MS4 requirements. That's municipal separate storm sewer system is what MS4 stands for. That's mostly work on my end. It's documentation is a lot of that work. We're working on that as we speak. And just back up to that second, the stormwater utility, which everyone in Danville has a stormwater fee on their water bill, that funds that operation. Org chart. As you can see, city engineer, public works director, and then you kind of branch off the different departments, assistant public works director, which is the vacant position we have right now that we're interviewing tomorrow. Then you have the staff that makes it all happen below there. Public works equipment manager. You have the cemetery supervisor and cemetery maintenance worker, and we have an executive assistant. So I kind of broke out engineering separately and the goals and objectives and cost impact items. Just this is kind of our in-office type of work. Downtown master plan, physical improvements, that includes streetscape, which we will get into more. I don't have all of my capital numbers ready for today. That's one of them I'm still waiting on, but I've got some other things. I didn't include a lot of numbers on the slides. If you have questions, feel free. I've got a lot of things in my head and some things noted here. Wayfinding signage plan. I'm still waiting on some numbers for that before I get some solid. But that's kind of, we'll look at that as a phased approach, right? We're not going to do all of the wayfinding at one time. So we kind of, what amount of money do we want to dedicate to that process? Backed up.
Are we sort of backing up and funding from where we were?
No, I don't want that. No, we don't want to do that. There was a lot of work and effort that was put into that wayfinding plan. We're going to utilize that as best as we can. I think there's some things that I've looked at it a little, and thought about, and might want to make some adjustments to it. But I don't think we want to start over again. That's for sure.
I think a couple of things, just traveling around, I think are cool, but
Some of the names we had on the signs are probably not something the transportation cabinet can approve. And so we have to be cognizant of that. Wayfinding signs are not billboards. And so we have to acknowledge that. I don't think we ever really fully appreciated that the first time. Is that a fair job?
Yes, yeah, I've started kind of working on the permitting process with the state, the encroachment permit, which we've had some issues with before, and I'm trying to straighten those out and see if we can get their permission to move forward. It's a big step. And, and we also have talked about we're getting close on the logo discussion, which is a side thing that we may want to, we may want to bring that into the wayfinding signage. If we're going to have a new logo, we probably ought to reflect that in our new signage. So there's some things like that we'll tweak and we'll get it right. So, new solid waste collection contract, our 10-year contract. Well, actually, we extended it a year, I think. So the 11-year contract's coming to an end in July. That RFP is out now for proposals from solid waste companies. So we'll have something to you all the next month or so for approval of. We'll recommend award of that new contract. Trail system expansions and crossing improvements. We're working on a few things with the Trails Alliance, and we have a couple encroachment permits out with the state for crossings. Connector Road projects advancement. I just got an email up this morning. Actually, we have the pre-design meeting for the East Connector Road with KYTC, and their new consultant is April 6th. So I'm scheduled to be at that. So they're moving forward on that pretty quickly. So that's good. And then we're still in discussions with the Southern Connector Road with Norfolk Southern. This is kind of one of my things, improve and expedite procurement processes. So staffing wise, we kind of feel like we're not going to recommend any major changes this budget year, but I think what will offset some of that is we will contract more work out instead of, if we have demand, we will contract it out. One of the things I want to work on is making our RFP, RFB processes just more routine for us. It should be second nature to go out and get bids, go out and getting quotes, and doing those things. So you see a lot more of that coming through commission meetings. You'll see a lot more of that posted on our Facebook page about RFPs being out, things like that. So look to that in the next year or two. That's we want to spend a year just working on those kind of things, and then maybe come back next budget cycle and say, hey, we could have done this with staff instead of contracting it out. Let's look at adding staff. It'll save us money. We want to see how that works. And then the last thing on your updated subdivision regs and development standards, actually have weekly meetings right now pretty much with the county engineer and planning and zoning director about our subdivision regs, trying to get those updated. Okay. And then cost impact items for this year's budget. We'll have some contract labor in there for downtown master plan improvements. We'll have the capital project for the streetscape with that as well. Signage budget for wayfinding as we kind of nail down those costs. We may have some consultant fees for the Southern Connector Road. We will look at putting that in probably a capital line item when you see that come to you with the budget. And then, you may see it from previous years, you may see a bump in our contract labor and consultant fees if we step up our procurement processes and start doing a lot more, larger projects. When I say large projects, I'm talking in the $5,000 to $50,000 range, just to do small improvements that need to happen around town. You see a bump in those line items. And then pedestrian enhancement projects is something that we want to start working on. Downtown master plan calls for it. We have several things around town that need to be looked at, and we may hire a consultant to help out with some of those. If it's sidewalk expansion, if it's intersection improvements, you may see some consultant fee increases on our request.
Josh, on that top line, contract labor for the downtown master plan and also implementation of the Parks and Rec master plan. So there's some conceptual developing we need to do for the fairgrounds, for example, Jenny Rogers, and so that will be a consultant charge likely to aid with the utilization. A lot of people, when you're getting a consultant involved with those types of things, you're looking for space utilization rate, so you understand how many and how much of something you need, so you conceive of things correctly, right, and not too much or too little. If we can scratch out some money in the budget year we're in, we might go ahead and start that on the Parks and Rec master plan, but that will also be a cost item for engineering.
Do we have any idea what the consultant fees will run for the road, Connector Road?
For the south or the east? The East Connector Road is, the state's funding that. So we will, the city will have no, funding obligation for that.
Okay.
The Southern Connector Road, I think we would start with some kind of feasibility study if that's the direction we needed to go. And I think you're talking we would want to keep that, we would not touch the bridge over the railroad initially as far as design goes. So I think that's where your big cost would be. So if we're just talking about a feasibility study for everything west of the railroad tracks, I think I think if you use kind of local consultants, if that's the direction we end up going, you're probably looking in the $30,000 to $50,000 range. I think is a reasonable
Okay.
estimation for that.
Okay.
I mean, that's not going to get you a full design for bidding, but it'll be at least a good start to see get us a good cost estimate for construction and those kind of
Shores up
things.
right away. We did a really high-level center line drawing for that, but you really can't manage right-of-way acquisition off that. And so what we're talking about is trying to move towards a situation where you can go from what is drafted to a design-build project to make that quick if that is a need, trying to just advance the project while waiting on the state.
You guys ought to be slick enough, intelligent enough in 2021 to come up with a new word for consultant fees. That used to not be a word in our vocabulary, but we got to try to figure out a one to replace it and keep it among ourselves.
Contract labor,
Contract
engineering,
labor won't do that.
contract labor.
Contract labor won't do it, that sounds bad. I said, that consultant word up there, boy, not us, our community has a tough time with that word.
I'll replace it with professional services,
There you go.
fees or something like that.
No, really, it
something-
would be helpful.
Yeah.
It would, really.
Okay. All right, public services, goals and objectives. Here's some kind of high-level stuff that we're working on. We've got the work order system now that was implemented about a month ago it turned on, and we're using that now. I think we're going to get better at it, the more we use it, the more we get used to it. We also, I think filling that assistant public works director position is a key to us moving forward with that, because they're the kind of the implementer of those work orders. So we're going to work on that. That'll give us a good data too. That's another reason we want to really use that, is have data of what we're repairing. Manhole and utility cut improvements, we've gotten, we need to raise manholes. You'll see a pretty good sized number in the budget for that, I believe. Parks maintenance prioritization, this is a kind of a bigger discussion that Evan and I are going to have to work on over the next, and Rick especially will have to help us out with this, over the next, few months. How do we, now that we're all here and we're all in positions to do this, how do we combine parks maintenance with our public services department and move forward with that in a productive way? Like I said, I don't think we're not asking for any more people, I don't think, this year. I mean, it's a discussion that we could have. But I think at some point, more staff will be brought up as a need as we take on more parks responsibilities, especially in the trails expansion too, is another big part of that. We've got to take care of, we got these trails, we have to take care of them. So that's additional assets that the city must maintain. Traffic calming, pedestrian measures, we're talking about striping and signage. That's kind of something I'm going to work on, and we use staff to do those things. Beautification of J.E. Woods Drive property. This is kind of a pet project for me. The backside of that property where we have piled dirt and, the salt building is, and now a nice trail goes through there that ties into Stanford Road. We want to make that an attractive area that people feel comfortable, walking and running and biking through. And then Public Works garage renovation. I don't know how much we want to get into that today, but we're working on that. We're trying to get a solution on how to move forward with that project. And then public services cost impact items. This is really very repetitive, what we just looked at, but just kind of gives you the idea of the line items that'll be impacted by those goals. And we have contract labor for assistance with the manhole and utility cut repairs. We have someone that we're working with to do the manhole raising. It's going to be about $500 a manhole. So that doesn't seem that crazy, but then when you start thinking about how many manholes we have in town that need to be raised, you're talking about a significant sum of money. We plan on starting on those very soon, as soon as we wait on some materials to get in.
The state's not going to come back to do that.
No, your municipal aid money is, that's an eligible expense for municipal aid, and because of that, that's the state's contribution in theory for that purpose.
But the public will be very happy because that is the biggest complaint that I see.
It is a big complaint, and we've always had a hard time finding appropriate contractors to do that. And then, what we had organized a process with Danny Settles, and really when he retired, locally, we took a hit in trying to keep up with that. Yeah.
So some of the cost impact items, other staff time allocation for the parks and trails maintenance, like we talked about this, I don't think we're at a point yet to say we definitely need another staff person for that, but we were going to evaluate that to see if that's a need. Supply budget for prioritization of parks maintenance. There's a lot of work that needs done at our parks, and that's going to take materials. It's not just staff time, it's actually purchasing construction materials and mulch for the playgrounds and those kind of things that we're going to focus on to make sure that we have enough budget to handle that. And supply budget for pedestrian and traffic calming projects. City staff will work on the cleanup of J.E. Woods property, so that'll take our staff time. And then we have equipment needs for trail maintenance. We'll see in the budget. We need a sweeper attachment to clean off our trails. We can't, you can't use a sweeper truck for that, but we could get a sweeper attachment for, what was the piece of equipment for our skid steer? And then we need a brush cutter to clean brush back off of our trails and around the borders of our parks, that we would get a brush cutter attachment as well for that. And then we had a dump truck in the budget last year. It's been deferred. We would like to defer that to this upcoming year. That's $125,000. Is that what we had in the budget for that? So you may see that as well. And that's what year is the one we replaced it, a 1999 dump truck. So it's a need. Yep. Cemeteries, goals and objectives. I think we want to take another look at the cemetery rules and regulations within the next year or so. See if there's any updating we need to do that kind of, and in the midst of that, the fourth item now, the interment rate schedule evaluation. Like I said, we have a lot of. That's the biggest change I saw when I came back. We don't do that many more. I think back when I was here 10 years ago, we were doing about 100 burials a year. So I said then you had 91 last year. So we haven't increased a huge rate, but I think we've shifted towards cremation quite a bit. Like there was very few 10 years ago that we would do cremation burials, and we do quite a few now. Ashley, what do you think, percentage-wise? I mean, it's about even. We're kind of to that point. So, especially, and a lot of people want to do those on the weekend, and our overtime charge for weekend cremation burials is low. So, I think we're going to lose revenue, and it's not just due to those changes in behavior. We need to complete the expansion into the North First Street property that was purchased. We need to clean up the fences, the drainage, get it surveyed, and get it prepared to be open up for burial plots. Committal shelter design, we would want to move forward with that per the cemetery master plan. And then I want to take another look at the signage. We replaced a lot of that signage 10 years ago when I was here, and I think it's time to kind of look at that and make sure it's in good shape and replace what needs to be replaced. And that kind of leads to the cost impact items are really based on that list. I mean, we need to look at revenue changes. We need to get the consultant cost in the budget for the shelters. The engineering fees for the shelter designs, and the one item that's been in the 10-year budget that we would like to move forward with potentially is a web-based grave location software that we can make available to folks to use. There's a tremendous amount of photographing and mapping work that needs to be done to prepare that. I think the budget we had was $50,000 for someone to just farm all that out to the company that puts it together. But if we were able to do that in-house, we could save a lot of money. Just somebody to take pictures of all of the headstones, which is a substantial job, but it's something that we would look into doing to save a little money. I guess we could ask for volunteers if someone wants to go around and take pictures of all the headstones at the cemetery, which would probably be actually an interesting thing to do.
Well, you joke about that, but there's a group in town that's already done some of it,
Yep.
especially at the black cemeteries, so.
There's a group who may already have pictures of most of them.
Right.
Who is that?
The people that have done the
African-American
research on the, I guess it is the African American Cemetery.
Well, is it, yeah, I thought you were gonna say the
Okay.
African American Historical Society, yeah, okay.
I think
Yeah.
the camera that we use to like GPS coordinating. and it
Oh,
connects
okay.
to
Yeah.
TV coordinates for that.
I'd go out there if you showed me how to use the camera.
Yeah. Stormwater goals and objectives, this is kind of, it's prioritized pretty well too. I just finished up doing a compliance letter for our 2019 stormwater report with the Division of Water. And we have several things we need to update to get back into compliance with our stormwater permit. The stormwater manual, stormwater ordinance were created in 2006, and they've made several changes to the permit since then, and we have not reflected those in our documents, so we will need to do that probably before our report is due in 2022. So we have about a year to get those done. That's a priority. Like we are required to do that. So I will need to hire a consultant to do that. We'll look at that in the next page. We'll need to hire an engineering firm. Strand has worked with us in the past on that, but we'll look around and see who we could find to help us with that. Subbasin F analysis and design, that's kind of another priority for us. That's the area that has the slope drive repair that we're working on now. And also, that area is big and will be expensive to look at, but I think it's necessary. We have that area on the upstream end. On the downstream end, we have Twin Brook and Streamland, the culverts that run down Shakertown Road. We need to evaluate that whole area. But we will initially just ask for an analysis of the area. We won't get into project design. Develop repair criteria and implementation plan. This is something I'll be working on to decide, with the stormwater utility, what projects do we work on for citizens? Like, what do we do with ditches and drainage ways that aren't necessarily in the past been maintained by the city, and how do we handle that? We have some policies that were written, 10 to 15 years ago that we want to look at again and update. Streamland Phase 1 construction, we did an analysis of that area a few years ago, and there was this area 1 was the primary area that needed to be repaired. That's the very back section of Streamland. There was some swells that ran through that area that need to be reconstructed, culverts that need to be replaced. We'd like to look at moving forward with the construction of that project, because there was momentum for it, and the area where they were anticipating it, and things kind of got delayed. And then we need to audit our stormwater utility billing. We need to go back and look at all of the non-residential areas that, we actually look at the impervious surface of those properties and calculated their stormwater bill. We need to audit those calculations and make sure they're still correct, because a lot of things have changed since it was done previously. Cost impact items. We'll need to hire an engineering firm to help us with the manual and ordinance updates, and then capital project establishment for Streamland and Subbasin F. And you may see an uptick in our budget line items for construction materials and vegetative materials, just as we start doing more repairs. Especially if we kind of streamline that procurement process, like we discussed earlier. And then it's time to buy a new street sweeper. That's a $175,000 piece of equipment. But what year is the one we have now? 06, so it's been 15 years.
I'm disappointed in getting older, and Kevin, and you've been here a long time, but we have witnessed us buying a street sweeper. Now, we wore that out, Kevin, and we bought Engine 17 in our time, and so now we've wore that out. What in the world is happening?
Y'all need to quit.
Rick, too,
wearing
you're
stuff
right there
out.
with us. I mean, we looked at that street sweeper together, and now that sucker's gone. I don't know. Yes, sir. I know it.
So that's actually all I had. So unless you all have any questions, we'll call it good. Thank you all.
I would like to talk about your turnover rate and retention, employee retention, and how many,
I'll let
are you
Rick
fully
speak. Rick can
staffed?
speak to that more. He has a lot more recent history with it.
Right now, our we, very low turnover rate. Cemetery supervisor, we did have, turnover that happened. The only other position that's really changed in the last 3 years has been where Ronnie retired from assistant director, and then our position we filled, he went back to his former employment, so we're just back to that one. So other than them 2 positions in 3 years, we've really not had a turnover at all in Public Works.
The good thing is with Public Works right now is they're to a stable platform where they do work and to the point where they can save money with the construction that they're capable of doing now. So what is important for us is we keep what we have at this point. We don't want turnover to happen. We want to keep what we have for as long as we can for right now.
We've got 2 guys that can do excellent concrete work,
Yeah.
and another third that is real good at construction. We've kind of got guys that can do certain things better than each other. We use them toward that direction. But, the gentleman driving, Lynn Thomas driving the sweeper truck right now, you'll notice he gets out of the truck. He works hard at his job. He does well at it. But it seems like the group is pretty happy that's down there. So retention has been good.
What's the number of employees? Do you
Right
know?
now, if you count me, there's 13 of us. There'll be 14 total, if I ain't mistaken, ain't it, John?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's not counting Joyce, I don't think. Who's
Yeah,
expected
I don't
to-
think so.
Right, that's just actually down there, and if you count me in on that.
And that includes water plant and
That-
sewer plant?
That's your stormwater and your cemetery and your street department guys, the public
Okay.
services.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think where the compensation plan discussion will help us is, as you can see, our org chart is very flat. So there's not a lot of opportunity for advancement. So I think if there's, potential for raises in the future, I think that keeps people, it keeps people around. I mean, I think they're all content now. They like where they work. They like the people they work with, but that could be fragile, and
Right.
if things start, if just the slightest change could cause that to come unraveled, and we want to make sure that people are still resilient in their positions.
Or if they don't, if they do move up and want to move up, they might have to go somewhere else to
Right.
do it. But these are our truly lowest paid
Correct. That's
employees.
what I was getting ready to say. I've got 2 or 3 that is really what I consider just unacceptable totally, for their pay range.
Right.
With what they have.
Well, and when someone is coming from out of town, they see first what these guys do,
Yes,
right? And we do not want to undervalue this department.
right. And that's what I was gonna say. These guys are just, and ladies, I should say, are just as important as police and fire.
Yeah.
And we can't go without our sewer and water and even, our roads. And these guys are out in the heat and the cold 24/7. They're on call if there's an emergency, they get called out. And they're out there risking their lives, just like police and fire. So that's, to Commissioner Holland's point about fast-tracking some other departments over others, we just don't need to get into that. We shouldn't do that. We should look at everyone, because these guys are just as important as everyone else.
You'll see public services from we're up here in City Hall doing anything from menial tasks to, we've installed your bullet-resistant glass.
Yep.
The guys accomplished that and done a real good job at it. You'll see them putting in storm pipes, pouring the sidewalks, pouring the concrete.
And that
sweeping
saves us
streets.
money
Yeah.
every day.
We empty trash cans twice a day, or twice a week. Mondays and Fridays, we do a trash route
Yeah.
in the parks and just everywhere that the Republic doesn't pick up, So the task range is broad, but, you know, we fill in every void there is, you know, the utility cuts, the yard repairs, they're involved.
Yeah, we didn't really even talk about facilities. I mean, we're a couple of years away from, we have to, Rick and I have talked about, at some point, we need to talk about dedicated facilities employees, facilities maintenance. You
Yeah.
know, when we talk about a new fire station, every new building is much more complicated to operate than in older buildings. So we're gonna have a new fire station. We've got Jenny Rogers, that will be another facility that we talk about. I mean, and there's other discussions about aquatic facilities and the parks, other park stuff that came on board. You know, we start adding all that up together, we were really close to needing to have a crew that just takes care of our facilities, which has never been really a commitment in the past. I think it's shown sometimes that it hasn't been a commitment of any particular group. So I think that's something we'll talk about in the future, for sure. Just in time.
Thank you all for
Yeah,
all that you do.
thank you all.
All right, Mr. Carrier,
Yes, sir, I will,
we saved the best for last, right?
let, best for last, no
Yeah.
doubt.
What makes you feel any
I'm
better?
now officially the only one in the room with a tie on, just want to get that for the record. Now that the mayor has left.
Whoa, no.
He,
Workshop day.
I walked in and I thought, man, I'm overdressed
No,
for
you're not.
once.
Nope.
And the mayor walked in, I was like, well, there
There you
goes
go.
that idea.
You're never overdressed if
Never
the mayor's
overdressed.
here.
I know, I'm learning. I will go through this pretty quickly here. I know you all would love to sit here and talk about utilities for the next hour, but I'm not gonna do that to you. Not that you would sit through it. Okay. Just real briefly, I think everybody's pretty familiar with what we do. From a departmental perspective for utilities here in the city of Danville, really the bottom line is the provision of sanitary drinking water and disposal of wastewater in accordance to regulations as per federal and state regulations. So that's nothing new to you all, that's for sure. But another layer of that is just simply being responsive, you know, around town, being responsive to the needs to water main breaks, to sanitary sewer backups, and that's another important critical aspect that utilities brings to the table. And we're working constantly and in the future of ways to be as efficient as we possibly can to do that, and I'll explain some of that discussion in just a little while. There's a laundry list of documentation that we are beholden to as a municipality and also as a water and wastewater provider that we have to be cognizant of at all times based on water quality standards and many factors. A lot of that is directly tied to our water plant and our wastewater plant. So those folks that work at the water plant and the wastewater plant certainly do a great job of doing the best that they possibly can, feasibly keeping us in regulations and in the good graces of the state and the federal folks. Again, you've got a pretty good idea of what we do. You know, again, we do a lot of repair work. We do a lot of tank painting, and I'll discuss that later. Anytime we have water main breaks or sewer backups, again, we go out with a TV truck in the middle of the night if we have to determine what the situation is and get the folks out there on the job as quickly as possible. And, you know, we have folks on the payroll that we're working diligently with those folks in the future to be able to better improve those conversations, getting them in the door at 8, 9, 1 o'clock in the morning, that type of discussion. And I'll talk about that in a minute too. So it is a challenge, and I'll discuss it. I was worried that the scale was going to be a little small, and I believe it is. This is our utilities organizational chart. This is broken down several more layers. So essentially what I did here is You got the utility director here, and this is utility admin, and we'll talk about this too a little bit. I believe Earl wanted to discuss a little bit of the utility admin discussions too, but currently in utility admin, we have our executive assistant, and we have a special projects administrator. We've got our future utility inspector that's coming online in about 2 weeks, which we're glad to have, and I'll discuss that too in just a minute. But then we're looking at possibly adding some folks. This is a sanitary sewer or overflow programmatic person here, and this is essentially born out of a need from a state standpoint to regulate a lot of the overflows that we have in the manholes, and we need to have a person that's dedicated in doing that for the city of Danville. A dedicated electrician and some billing folks. Now, these are the girls up front, and they've already done a great job of coming over and working with our utilities department and working with me and working with Erica, and we've already made great strides in trying to, bottom line is improve customer service, like, you know what I mean, be reactive to billing issues. Okay, cutoff list, prime example. Before we, back in January, of course, we just rolled out of the moratorium, okay, of COVID for the billing. So you take that into account, so you had a lot of accounts that were way behind. So how do you handle that? Well, you handle it by trying to work with those folks and figure out a payment plan. So I've discussed that, I think, with you all before. We were successful in getting those folks in the payment plan. But now that still doesn't take away from the fact that there's just folks that either for whatever reason can't make the payment or are late on their bills or whatever. So prior to us rethinking and addressing those issues, it was more of a situation where we had our folks, we understood if they missed the payment, we went out and cut them off, you know, and it doesn't serve the customer to do that, obviously. So in rethinking the methodology of doing that, now we're doing preemptive calls to those folks. So if we know that you're late for your water bill, for example, the girls up front will make a call to you, just a courtesy call saying, hey, you know, we understand that you're late on your bill and tomorrow's cutoff day. We just wanted to give you the chance to come in and pay it today if you can. If not, you'd be expected to have your water cut off tomorrow. So, you know, this past billing period is a prime example of how that paid off. You know, before the calls, we had somewhere around 240 cutoffs scheduled around the city. After the calls, we were around 84. So what does that do for our utilities folks in the department? It keeps, you know, our distribution folks, Chris's folks, from having to go out there 2 or 3 times, cutting off, turning back on, using that manpower when they need to be working on, you know, water main breaks or any number of things around town instead of going back and forth to the customers, turning the water off, turning it back on. So we see great efficiency in what that does, you know, bring to the table of customer service overall, and it's working great. So, and we hope to keep getting that number down further and further every month.
So how long have we been doing that? Like about a month or so?
Well, it's been done in years past, I believe, and I think it kind of got away from that. And with
Yeah.
Yeah, so we just reinstated that methodology in January, so, or in February, sorry. So it's starting to already pay dividends.
Yeah.
You know, hopefully by, you know, June, July, that number will be even less and less because, you know, you don't want the customers to be reliant on that, right? You want them to be thinking about that and understand that we're calling them just out of a courtesy call for them
Well,
as
the
our
customer
customer.
service aspect of that is huge.
It is, it is.
That was my next question.
Yeah, it does.
And I've had a lot of people on fixed incomes who
Yeah.
really need that to be a monthly bill because it just puts too much strain on them to do it every 2 months.
Yeah, it is.
And
it's-
honestly, I forget to pay the water bill because
It's easily forgettable.
Yeah, it is. It's easy to forget.
It absolutely is.
Yeah.
You know, it's just not one of those things, you can't, it's hard to keep track, is it this month, or was it last month, or when was
Right.
it, you know?
Or is it coming in?
Okay, now I gotta call the water office and figure out what month I'm in, you know, that type of stuff. So
Yeah.
I can totally understand. If we go to a monthly billing cycle, that'd be greatly beneficial. Increased responsiveness, and then, I mentioned the SSOP program manager and electrician, that type of discussion. That allows us to specialize focused areas on improving, you know, items such as maintenance costs on some of our pumps from our lift stations, and I'll discuss that too in a minute. reducing those maintenance costs and just general project oversight by having those special project administration folks and also having that utility inspector. What does that utility inspector do for us? That utility inspector essentially is your eyes and ears for the city and for me from a utility standpoint. So this gentleman's going to be out there overseeing the installation of any water lines for new projects, like you got your booster pump station out on Perryville Road and some contiguous projects that are coming out of that too. So he's going to be a very busy person, right? But not only that, he's going to be doing some GPS work all around town. So they're kind of your eyes and ears out in the field to make sure that those contractors are doing the quality work that they should be doing and that we're paying them to do, right? Bottom line. So this is a technician. This is somewhat called a VT SCADA technician. This gentleman right here is a asset to us in general. He's already in our office space right now, and he's doing a phenomenal job. James McClure, I'll just use his name. He really does above and beyond what anybody asks him to do. So a prime example of that is I was trying to get some information put together for today's presentation. I wanted some drone footage. We've got a drone, and I said, well, if you don't mind, go around and take some shots of the towers that we need to paint and the towers that we just recently painted. You'll see them in a minute. So he went and got all of them. Okay. So not only that, he went around and got almost all the lift stations, and this is in a 2 or 3 day period, right? And what does that do from an efficiency standpoint? We can use that drone for inspection services over those lift stations and those water towers that we would normally have to pay people to climb onto the tower and do, right? Now, if you get up there and you see if there's issues, you still want people to get up there and visually inspect it, the qualified personnel. But, instead of taking weeks or months to do those inspections, we can do them all in a week, right? So we'll do those, multiple times in a year and be able to better track, any kind of degradation in paint and that kind of stuff. It's a huge savings, and he's gonna spearhead that for us, So,
So Nick Warren, that position is housed in IT now. So really what we're talking about doing as part of the utility admin is taking that position and moving that to utility exclusively. So what we can do then is continue to educate that person on the SCADA specialized equipment that is very expensive to maintain. And then, so then we'll have that position in-house, hopefully, to rather than farming every little thing we want to do. All right, so that does reduce consultant expenses where you're required to invest in outside labor, really.
yeah. And having somebody with his expertise in the office to work on, I use the term VT SCADA. That's just the name of the program that we use to monitor all the tanks in the system. It monitors the pumps, all the pumps in the system, and it's all done on a computer screen, right? You can go through different tabs and look at the entire system as a whole, tell exactly where your pumps are running, what the water is in any tank around town, that type of stuff. If you don't have that expertise in the room, if something goes down, it's like Earl was talking about. You have to contract that out and get somebody on the phone. They may show up a week later, right? We've got a guy in-house that can do it. He's right next door. Super beneficial. So, as you can tell, I'm excited to have him. So, I've already discussed utilities inspector and electrician. These are just some general costs. Obviously, they're varying degrees of costs. You have a lot of your known costs that you can pretty well plan for in a fiscal year: training, certification, safety gear, equipment and tools. Technology costs, you have a kind of a general feel for what your annual costs are to maintain those licenses for some of those programs that we use. And then you start to get into what I've kind of discussed about being a varying degree. You're starting to get into fuel costs. So right now, fuel is relatively affordable. That may be a totally different story this time next year, right? So just for budgetary numbers, I'm adding somewhere between 15 and 20% to our fuel and oil usage. Now that number could be right on, that could be way off, who knows, right? Electric is also a varying cost for us, and this is a big cost out of our budget. Annually for the water treatment plant, you're probably in the $300,000 range for a cost, so it's pretty substantial just from an electric usage cost here. Chemicals are the same way. They're a large cost at the water plant as well as the wastewater treatment plant. Construction materials can vary greatly, as we all know. I believe a 4x8 plywood board the other day that used to be, I think somebody told me about $28 is now $56. So it's little things like that that can greatly impact, you know, some of the costs that we see and that, you know, Public Works sees and everyone sees. Insurance claims, this is a fluctuating number every year, depends on, you know, the impacts that we have as a municipality on homes and businesses. And you can reduce this cost with preventive maintenance, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. Then, of course, you got your aging infrastructure as a whole. As we all know, Danville's utility system is old and aging, right? It is what it is, and we're trying to figure out ways to stretch the life out of anything that we have under our equipment classification or in our infrastructure. So how do you address that with tank painting? You get larger equipment replacement costs. You know, dump truck would be a prime example of that. Rotting machine, I'll discuss that too. You get a lot of I&I in an aging system. And what is this? This is when it rains really hard to get a lot of storm water into your sanitary sewer system. So you're trying to figure out ways constantly to how to reduce that, because, you know, you may get a daily operating flow at the wastewater plant of, you know, 6.5 million gallons of water a day. If we have a heavy rain for a couple of days, that may fluctuate anywhere from 16 to 20 million gallons a day. So that tells you that a lot of that is your inflow and infiltration from the stormwater, from stormwater and from the rivers and streams that overflow and get into your sanitary system. So you're always trying to chase the dragon on that, so to speak, and that's something that really will never go away. It's just that happens with the brand new system as well. And then you got regulatory impacts. Sludge lagoons, we have lagoons in different areas of town that catches wastewater effluent runoff as well as our flushing runoff from our water treatment plant. So as that effluent comes out of that lagoon or that pond, we're regulated by the total suspended solids on that. And that's very closely regulated by state and federal regs. So anytime we go over, we have to pay a fine, right? So in order to facilitate not having to pay fines continuously, we're looking at ways to remove that sludge out of those lagoons. And there's a cost for that. And it's a pretty substantial cost. And that cost is about to go up as well. And then you get lead and copper rule, which I'll talk about right now. Lead and copper rule in 91, the EPA established the lead and copper rule. And what does that do? It essentially looks at all your infrastructures for your municipalities and public service systems and looking at the amount of lead contamination in the water system, right? Well, here just recently, they've upped the ante on some of those discussions too. So what does that mean for the city of Danville? The city of Danville has to evaluate our current infrastructure from a water delivery standpoint, all the water lines and the service connections into the homes, determine how much of a percentage of that is lead-based piping, right? Or lead-based joints and soldering. A percentage of that has to be replaced every year annually until you get the entire system dealt with. So it depends on how bad it is up front, and then you attribute cost out of that. It may be a 15, 20-year program, right? But what are the criticalities of doing that? That's a generational issue, right? So if you get lead contamination in a mother right now, you know, she could pass that on to her children, an unborn child, and that unborn child could have lead contamination, right? And that unborn child could pass it on to their child one day, right? So it's multi-generational issue. So we're fully aware of that and working with the EPA to try to address those concerns. Just real quick, preventative maintenance. Something that I felt like we probably need to redirect our mentality from a utility standpoint is be more preventative maintenance minded as opposed to, you know, walking in the door and trying to put the fires out, so to speak, as they arise, right? So by doing more preventative maintenance work, it's a lot like your house. You don't want to wait until your roof's falling in before you decide to go fix it. You know, if you start to lose some shingles, and you may want to go out there and start to fix it because it will just deteriorate over time, right? Well, it's exactly the same way with utility system. We can use sanitary sewer television inspection equipment, rotting machines. We can do, again, drone implementation, streamlining the work orders, valve exercising, and this will allow us to better understand the weaknesses within your system when you open or close your valves multiple times. It creates pressure points essentially and shows your weak spots, right? So instead of waiting till 2 a.m. and you have a break in that main, you may do it during the daylight hours and figure out that that's a weak area to begin with, and you plan to fix those. So all of this can go towards building out your program in the long term, not only annually, but in years and years down the road, so you can build your program out of this and build pilot projects as well. So if you determine that you've got a significant section of system that needs to be replaced, and you can contract that out if you need to, right? Or just plan to establish that incrementally within your own folks and take care of it. Did you want to add anything for preventive maintenance? When you start to get into long-term and extraneous costs, you start to get into lift station discussions. Again, this is an aging infrastructure we have around town. This is Spears Creek Lift Station. This probably gets in the ballpark of 7 million gallons of water a day that comes through here. So that's a lot, right? So that being said, this particular lift station needs to be dealt with in the near future. And Earl's fully aware of that. He's fought the battle on some of these for many, many years. This definitely gets a lot of influence from Clark's Run, Spears Creek, and Ball's Branch. So in order to rehab this efficiently and do it the right way, you're in the ballpark of $1 million. So this just goes to show you, I guess what I'm trying to drive home is when you talk about costs relative to dealing with some of the utility issues in a municipality, it's not uncommon that your costs are pretty high, right? When you're dealing with electrical equipment and large pumps in some of the facilities, right? So it's not as simple as just fixing water lines around town. You have to, from a capital standpoint, plan on replacing some of these large facilities like this. And this is one of, 13 lift stations around town. Now, not all of them are this large and take this much flow, but they're not getting any younger either, right? Tank inspection and painting. This is another example of a heavy cost burden for the city. When we talk about tank painting, you see this is Tower Hill, obviously. Everybody's familiar with this area, but you can see where some of the paint is starting to spall on the sides and on top. So what does that do? Well, it can create rust areas on that tank if you don't deal with it, right? So when you take that into consideration, you can't just walk out there with a can of spray paint and fix it. Marshall can't just walk out there and fix it tomorrow, right? It's probably not the best interest of the city. So we have to have folks come out and do that. Well, and sometimes the tanks get bad enough that we have to paint the entire tank. So this is a prime example of painting the entire tank. This is out on Airport Road. Okay.
Something that you would never think about when you're looking at that tank, the big tank, to do anything to that exterior, you got to think that it's sweating. You got cold water in there, right? So you got to surface, anything you do there, you got to drain the water out of it. That's 3 million gallons,
Yeah.
right?
And
Just
where does that-
something little like that you don't normally, well, we would use it. We would try
Yeah,
to consume
we
the
try to
water, not
use it.
refill it. But you can only pull it down so far.
Right.
Right? And so it's just little things like that you don't realize are cumbersome for the utility.
So back to the whole preventative maintenance discussion, using the drone and not having to have manpower out there to do the inspections. We can fly these multiple times a year and keep a better understanding of the deterioration of the paint, right? So all that builds back to being more cost efficient for the city, right, in the long term.
And you can get ahead of it faster.
Absolutely. Prime example too is we have air release valves all over town. Well, those are located longitudinally with long runs of water line all over town. Well, normally you would get out there, years ago, I would get out and you'd walk the system, right? You're looking for leaks, but you're checking those air release valves wherever they are. So it would take days to walk your system, weeks to walk your system. And now we can fly it with a drone and have it done in a matter of days. So that's huge, right? And having that capability, especially with modern technology, and you document all of it, right? And keep it in the computer, and now we can use it and build data out of that in the long term. and look at trends, right? So this was, I don't know if this is going to play or not. I don't even know how to do it. I was wanting to play it. There it goes. Yeah. Okay. I just want to use this as an example, okay? This is using the drone, obviously. And just look at the picture quality that you get out of it. You know, as opposed to what pictures, have progressed over the years, you can have a drone out there in no time and have a bird's eye view of a lot of things. So if there's issues up on top of that tank, for example, we would normally have to have people climb up the tank and visually inspect it all. Well, that's a day's worth of work, right? We've reduced that down to 10 minutes. Okay? Absolutely, yeah. And any of this video, you can screen grab any of it, right, too. But the video tells the tale. That's where the details are, right? So in doing that, you can store this information, and as you progress throughout the year and 5 years down the road and 10 years down the road, you can go back and look and say, yeah, you know what? Now that I think about it, we had an issue right in that area around that hatch. Okay? Let's go back out there and fly it real fast. Done, in an hour. Okay? Well, that's a game changer, right, for your utility. That allows you, again, to point back to your preventative maintenance, not only this, but other factors too. But this is a visible a way to establish that. But you can use it, again, on our lift stations. We can fly all the roofs of the electrical buildings of the lift station and get a bird's eye view of all that, as opposed to having to physically have people go out there and take time out of their schedule that they should be doing 100 other things and doing those for us, right? Or having to pay a tank inspector to come in here and do this for however many thousands of dollars. So you can tell, it has the potential to save the city tremendous amounts of money in the long run, moving forward. And it builds you a data set that you can point to all the time, right? So it has great benefit, I feel like. So do you all have any questions and I can answer them? Or I know you guys would like to hear this more for at least an hour, right? I know you're tired. That's it. That's all I got.
Pretty neat.
Uh-huh. Anything else?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
So technically, the next thing we have is the compensation discussion, but it is 150. And so before we continue, we can move this to the next budget meeting if you feel like, which is commission goals and objectives. The slideshow he has is only got maybe 5 or 6 slides in it. And so he could go through the slides fairly quick and then you all could just digest it. What his slides do is depict what was handed out to you, the little 15 page text. Marshall, appreciate it. And so what do you all want to do? Y'all want to push through that real quick and then come back? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. Is that what this is? This,
Yeah, he's got a slideshow
can
with
we have a
that.
5-minute break?
Take a 5-minute break and we'll locate Randy. Let's,
So we'll start here. What I'd like to do is just kind of start with a little bit of a history of the study itself and how we, how we came to the numbers. So as everyone's aware, we contracted with a Hannah Group last year to do our study. Part of that, those wheels were in motion when I came on board, and then I kind of stepped in and worked with Hannah after we got the process started. But essentially, what they did is they reviewed every job description in the city. I think they had meetings with department heads, if I'm wrong, Earl, correct me, before the prior year, to get an understanding of the job structure. And in essence, what they did at that point is they went in and compared our current job classification ranges, our minimum, maximum salary for each position, against what the market says those positions should pay. Now, when we met with Hannah Group, one of the things that we recommended to them is that we wanted to look at multiple sources of data, and these are the three primary sources. They use KLC, a comp analyst, and ERI. And the bottom bullet point was really important because, yes, we wanted to focus in on the public sector jobs, but what we also wanted to grasp with having multiple data sources is those jobs that are cross-functional between private and public sector. So like a good example would be a maintenance position. That could be a job that you would be competing against a private sector. And so that was one of the really key things to derive the data that we wanted to make sure it's accurate, because not often, but we do lose jobs to the private sector, and we want to make sure that was something that was taken into consideration.
Well, another thing is what we explained to Randy this morning, or in the last 48 hours too. And for example, the utility director position, you can't just pull 20 cities utility director, because we're not like other communities our size. Our utility is much bigger for our size than. So if you just compare us to community A to community B, it doesn't fit at all, right?
Yeah.
And so that's a challenge.
Yeah, it
So
definitely
you're
is.
saying based on population? We can't just base it on population, we have to take these other
factors into consideration, because depending on, and because what you have to really look at, and Earl really shared with me a point about utilities, because you're looking at not only population, yes, for some of the general jobs that are similar in responsibility and accountability, but if there are certain jobs out there of ours that may be expanded because we're, like, for example, Earl mentioned, we have a larger utility than most cities our size, correct? If you have jobs with expanded accountability, responsibility that are in high demands on that individual or that position, that compensation needs to reflect some of that as well. So this is just an overview of the results. So in essence, the market study identified the majority of city job classification scales are under market. When they went out and did the market study, they looked at jobs, individual jobs, which is what you have to do. Like for example, if you're looking at a police officer, you got to look at that specific police officer range. Now, some of our jobs, and we'll talk about this a little bit, is we're on our classification plan, they're graded similar or lumped together, but they're different career fields, different sectors, and so those are all looked at in this study as well. Now, the average market variance for city job classification, this is the average for all jobs combined, is $11,241.13. Now, what that basically means is when you take your minimum and maximum scale of ours and compare it against that job, on the average, how far we're off on the minimum, how far we're off on the maximum, that's the averaging of all jobs combined within the city. Now, there were less than 5 job classifications that weren't impacted by the market study, meaning they weren't shown to be under market, or there's a variance there, and we'll talk about that here in just a second. Total market variance for all job classifications is almost $1 million, $975,638. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that's the salary cost, because that's the variance on the scales, and we'll talk about, because salary costs will be impacted by the number of people in each position as well, so that gets factored into the equation. Now, this is just an overview of the areas that weren't impacted by the study. You know, we had recent positions that were reclassified prior to the new plan year. Examples there was executive assistant roles where those jobs were market graded already. Parks and recreation staff, the city did not have a defined pay classification range for those jobs. We knew that going into the study, so when we spoke with Hannah Group, I asked them to market study those jobs. Those positions ranges were marketed. We have a minimum, maximum recommendation. The current staff was evaluated, and they were within the salaries, because when we moved them over as a lateral transfer last year, they're within the range on the market. And so what we are recommending is that we take the same methodology to the Parks and Recreation staff on those recommended scales that we did in December. And what that means is we apply their experience scale to the range for those positions to make sure they're aligned appropriately for their years of experience. Okay. What's that?
And they were okay.
Yeah, they were within the range. Just coincidentally, their salaries just happen to be within the range of the market already. And those salaries that were derived were existing salaries from the Parks and Recreation board at that time, what they were paying them, so. All right, so this is just a snapshot, and we've got several graphs here to make it easier to understand, but these are the compensation studied by the numbers. So right now, and the city's current base payroll, total payroll liability, and this is based on the new retirement rates, because we didn't use the existing rates because we know that those rates are going up this year, is $8.7 million. That liability includes your base salaries, your employer retirement contributions, as well as your FICA payroll match. Now that base is based on employees' standard work schedule. That doesn't include any unforeseen or unscheduled overtime, but those are variables that, obviously we can't predict. But in the conversations and things, listen to the managers talking about their staffing needs, overtime will be offset with appropriate, staffing levels to a degree. Okay. Now, second bullet here, this is really important number is if we were to adjust the salaries solely based on what the market is telling us, the city's total payroll liability with all, again, includes retirement, FICA, would be $2.1 million to do that adjustment, total adjustment. And again, these compensation numbers are based on the existing job classification. These are preliminary numbers. They could change somewhat depending on any reclassifications, anything done through the budget year process at the city manager's request through the organizational restructuring. Last one, I just wanted to show the retirement. I think everyone's pretty well aware. This is just for the fiscal year 21. These are our retirement rates. Hazardous duty is going up 4.75%, and then non-hazardous is going up 2.89, which obviously factors into that top line number of $2.1 million considerably. Okay, so the $2.1 million, if you were to make and just speaking hypothetically, if we were to make the adjustments as they are today based on the market, this is how the liability would be spread out. You have roughly $1.6 million in base payroll cost, and then, $500,000 in retirement, and then another roughly $115,000 in your FICA match that we're responsible for. And, okay, any questions on this slide? Are you?
The blue number is 1.5?
Almost 1.6.
1.6, okay.
Yeah, 1.5, I think it's 1.507.
Okay. And that's actually salary?
That is base salary, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, without any overtime, that's based on,
Yeah.
because every employee in the city is outside firefighters, which are based on a 3,334-hour scale annual. Everyone else is either on a base salary of 1,950 hours annually or 2,080, which basically is a 37.5-hour or 40-hour work week. And so because of the overtime is unpredictable, we based it off that base work schedule.
And this salary I mean, based on this salary, you also said you use full staffing numbers when you arrived at that number?
We use numbers based on existing staffing levels, not vacant positions. Now, there's about 8 positions in there. That's why we said these numbers are preliminary, because we don't know,
Yeah.
if we
Just like we said, we said today, I think we said that police was down by 3. and
Yes.
some else. So you're saying if police is staffed at 36, this is based on 36 for police and 20-some for fire?
Well, no, these numbers are based on our current staffing level, so those numbers would go up if we had additional job creation or jobs.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying, I'm just saying, the staffing level for me, for the police department is 36, right?
Right.
They only have 32, 31 right now, but that's based on the full allot.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, these numbers are based on our existing head count as of today.
Allotments.
Allotments.
Yeah, you keep seeing, you say head count,
No, I meant, no, it's not based on allotments, it's based on actual field positions right now, like the field vacancies, right? And so
okay,
we
well,
have about, yeah, and we have 8 positions right now. I think 8 total vacancies that we're currently working on. Yes. Yes, like we're in the process of two big hitters right now is the deputy fire chief, which we're doing interviews on Monday for, and assistant public works director is two of our big positions. And I should have clarified, these numbers are solely for full-time staff. It's not part-time staff numbers in it. And so this is just a snapshot of our total payroll burden. Total current payroll, obviously mentioned, is 8.7, and then if you were to do the adjustments for the market, it would be go to the 10.8, which is the $2.1 million increase in salaries. And so the city would have to acknowledge that they anticipate that total payroll burden of 10.8, probably with vacancies, Mr. Atkins, you're probably looking closer around 11 million, 11.1 when it's all said and done. Now, this is your total payroll cost by category. So we broke this out to make it really give a clearer snapshot of hazardous duty, non-hazardous, and then also utilities. And you can see that, there would be a significant increase to hazardous duty, well, as really all areas there, but you're making up almost $1 million of that would be applicable to your safety personnel. Okay. Okay. Yeah, they're not too far off percentages. The blue is 966,000, and then the green is 762,000, which is your non-hazardous, and then utilities would be just a little over 400,000. And that would encompass your total 2.1 million preliminary numbers. Okay. Now, this is, if you were to adjust the salaries over a tiered program, this is what it would look like to adjust your salaries if you did a two-year plan and a 3-year plan. Also, inside here is what your average annual COLA would be based on that $8.7 million. If you did a 3% average increase, you're looking at $261,000 annually for COLA. If you were to go in and adjust to the market over 2 years, it would cost you roughly a little over $1 million per year for 2 years. And then if you did it over a 3-year scale, it would be roughly $712,000 per year total liability. Now, and we'll talk about this, but what is interesting is when we talk about the 3-year scale, which is we're going to kind of focus in on that, is yes, we say it's $712,000, but if the city's roughly, traditionally has provided a COLA to employees of $200,000, you're really looking at an annual variance of roughly $450,000 to make up the difference, not the full $712,000. If you continue to move forward with the COLA program, that would be really your annual difference on the. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, and to say that again, that's FICA and retirement in that number. So
Yes.
really, at the end of the day, if you replace a COLA with this, you're for the next 3 years, and you're talking about adding to get to the market about $450,000 in each budget to get to the market.
Yeah.
No, that's, so we're combining the green column and the red column.
Yep.
Right. So you're not looking at both. We're looking at the background being COLA. So we've always tried to do a COLA adjustment. And so in lieu of the COLA, we are suggesting, what we'll try to program into the budget is the green column. And so that means if you want to do that, then you're going to have, then payroll will receive another 450
Yeah.
versus the standard COLA. Seven twelve, but we're looking at the difference between the green column and the first column.
And the red, yeah, yeah, because,
Right. 50,000 and change. Yeah.
yeah, because basically what this is your cost on your different options. So if option one is COLA, it means you're going to spend 261 annually. And if you choose option three, you're going to spend an additional 450,000 to get to that 712 mark, assuming you would have done the COLA anyway through the adjustments.
The green one would get us,
To the market over 3 years.
Over 3 years.
and that would be larger for employees than just COLA.
Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay. So this.
Yeah,
really,
so
you're
go
looking-
back to that slide for a second.
But, so really, you're looking at the difference between the two, which is 450,000, which is actually what the real impact is.
Correct.
Impact.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
what this is demonstrating too is how far away you are, whenever we just do a COLA, how far away we are from sometimes what the market does.
Even with the COLA, we are
You're
very far.
falling
we are.
behind over the course of time.
Yeah, because if you look at the COLA, what it does, it gives you 3% on that existing salary. Well, if that existing salary is below market, that 3% doesn't ever drive them to where it would take, and because what happens is the market's out. As it stands, most salaries right now in the last 10 years, an average salary increase, with the economy being strong, of course, is about 3% annually, which is why it's so important for us, whatever decision you choose to go with, is that the city commits to doing this at least every 2 years to make marginal, so we don't get outpaced by the market, which is that's the key behind this, from financial planning, is to do it every 2 years.
Green over the next 3 years would sort of get us to the market.
Yes.
At the end of that 3-year time period, we have the green plus the COLA to try to stay up.
No, it won't be exactly that,
Yeah.
but you would be some number above a COLA to keep up. And it would not be the total
Yeah.
green, no.
What,
Once you put the green in, you got to put the green in every year.
yeah. Well, and that's what we would like to talk about on that next slide is, to be safeguarding, we don't feel it's best to, do it all at once. You do it over 3 years, because what that does, that allows you to financially plan for any year where, and quote me if I'm wrong here, if we have any revenue shortfalls or a hard economic year, it doesn't put the city in a position to not be able to pay its payroll burdens of 2.1 million. It's a tiered program that we feel like you would commit to looking at it every year during your budget process. But if there's for whatever reason, if there's financial reasons or economical reasons where it can't be done that year, then that would be addressed in the budget. But, the hope is to be able to do it over a 3-year period annually during the new fiscal year. And so that's why we've got the outline here. And if you look, Commissioner Atkins, on that bottom strategy line, I don't know if you can see it, it kind of gives out a breakout of the difference, what we were mentioning earlier about the 712,000 annual cost minus the average COLA. Just shows that you'd have to make up the difference of that $450,000.
If you go back a few slides, so we
Okay.
look at that 10 million,
Okay.
what's that green column say there?
The green says 10.8 million. That would be your total payroll liability once you absorb the full $2 million. So that would be your payroll liability at the end of 3 years. Yes, sir.
Yeah. It'd be that after 3 years, and then the 4th year would be that plus the COLA, whatever you say, right?
Yeah, and ideally,
Yeah.
you may go away from a precise, just a COLA-based, but what you'd like to do is get to a scale-based system where you don't have a percentage COLA so that each job is inside of a range
Yeah.
based on experience. And so if you're at this level, if the commission chooses to adjust the scales this year by 2%, then all those inside of that chart goes up 2%. So then you'll get a 2% inflation adjustment, so your COLA is really almost an inflation adjustment. And then when you get that extra year of experience, you take a step up inside of that range. So you get two different styles of increases.
That's what we haven't been doing, that's why.
That is correct, Gary.
And you know, when we had the comp workshops prior to Christmas, that was one of the things we talked about. It was like, you know, when we say, okay, you have a firefighter we want to put them on that 10-year scale, you know, we're going to recruit new 10-year firefighters, right? But say 3 years down the road, that 10-year firefighter needs to be at that 13-year scale, not the 10, because at some point, if we don't stay pace with that, we'll end up in that pay inequity situation that we rectified.
So that an employee's pay is changed based on experience each year, not necessarily based on what COLA you get.
Yeah.
But then the commission can choose, so that we guarantee the employees are progressing and that they're staying market competitive. But then at the same time, on an annual basis, then the commission chooses, how much do we adjust our scales? Do we adjust it by 1.4% because this is what or that the state is saying the inflationary cost CPI number is? Or how do we adjust that for this year? Do we go off, is it 3%? Because, you know,
I understand that.
Well,
Take the green column there. It's, what, 10 point something?
10.8.
10.8, yes,
10.8, right?
yes, sir.
Okay, then tell me what our total budget's gonna be for this year.
Well, it depends on what action we
Not
take.
the salary, just the total budget for the cities.
Oh, I don't, Earl, you would know
it's
that number.
50 million plus or
Yeah.
minus.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Right.
Yeah,
so it's about 21, 20, took up 25% of our budget.
After you count capital, yeah.
yeah.
Right.
Because, you know, one thing,
Not bad.
yeah. Yeah, and you know, and that's typical that, you know, your payroll liabilities and your healthcare usually are, of any organization, that usually makes up about 25, 30% of your operating budget. That's not uncommon.
And what we're saying right now is that our payroll liability is at X number of $1 million, but it's not keeping our employees happy.
Mm.
We gotta get it up to the $1 million
Yeah.
where we keep the employees happy, so those figures.
well, when you work industry,
Yeah.
this is the way it works, and Randy knows this, that's where he came from. If you come in and you're a machine operator, you're gonna start out at this rate, and your top rate, you know that going in. If you just stay in that one position for however many years, and after so many years, you're gonna top out at that position.
My questions aren't based on my opinion of for or against this. My question is based on that we're all saying the same thing.
Yes.
Right.
Yes,
I agree totally with what she said.
Well, can I finish?
That's what we have not been doing.
yeah.
Now, what we gotta do is when we roll this out, we gotta make sure that John P. Public understands what we're doing.
Yeah.
Well, can I finish what I was gonna say?
Yes, ma'am, you sure can, I'm sorry.
So the COLA has basically been applied incorrectly at the city. So if you step into, in industry, if you step into a position, you know what the scale is for that position. When you top out at that position is when the COLA comes into play. Because you've topped out at your position, and then you get a cost of living adjustment, maybe, should the industry choose to do that. What the city's done for several years, just given a COLA, it's not based on any experience, it's not really based on positions or the scale. We have a scale that shows the bottom and top ranges of all
Yeah.
positions, but we haven't been adjusting according to that. We've only been adjusting according to the COLA.
I agree with that. The other thing you need to add to your conversation is that there have been several years when the city hadn't given a raise nor a COLA.
Yeah.
We haven't done anything except for several years, so I understand. Yeah.
Well, and that when we did the analysis last year, that was one of the things that, a couple of things that was really telling, and when we started putting the data together, was that, one, we had several tenured employees that had never really gotten close to their maximum earnings potential on
Right.
their scale. And then two, what you find is if you miss a year of COLA, so let's say you have a year where you have a financial situation where you can't do it and you miss 3%, well, the following fiscal year, you give them 3%. Well, in essence, that employee's been leapfrogged, it should be 6%, and so it doesn't pace itself by, and so what you want to do is, you want to have retention, you want to be able to allow the employees to work towards their maximum earning potential. Like, a non-hazardous employee under the Tier 3 retirement program is going to have to work 27 years on average. Well, come year 22, 23, wherever they're at, you want to make sure that employee's getting close to their max earnings, and if they don't see if there's a glass ceiling, so to speak, on compensation, that has an adverse effect on us for retention. And
The other side of this point is that as I go from year 5 to year 25, if I'm not getting successful evaluations, I should no longer be employed. We got some guys who do, I should say, we got some people. We probably have some people unbeknownst to us that have been employed by the city for 15 years, have gotten flat evaluations, or negative evaluations, or no evaluations, and are still our employees. And to me, you get into this kind of stuff, you've got that incentive to become a better employee.
Well, and you really do, because it becomes psychological and strategy. And there's really two components to compensation. You've got base salary, right? We have base salary. And then you have, on this hand, left hand, your base salary. On your right hand, you have all your incentive programs. Like where we put in longevity pay, that's distinct and separate from, so like to Commissioner Terry's point, if you get to your max earnings, well, you still get incentive over here on top of it for your longevity. But then also, Commissioner Atkins, to your point is, that's where, and that's what staff, and I've talked to Earl about this, and we're brainstorming a lot of stuff, is that's where you have a very good defined performance management program in place where your merit program rewards your high performance, but that has to be distinct from the base salary of that job, because when we offer a position or employment to an employee, we're committing to them to fall into that salary range, but high performers would be distinct under the merit programs. Now, the problem with merit programs is you got to manage it right for it to be effective, and that's something we have to work on. And that's actually one of the departmental goals that I've set for this year, is working on a performance management program.
And Randy, I think the other thing I think this will provide for us is that when I start in year 5 and I see what the salary is at year 25, that's my goal. But as I get closer to year 25, the salary has grown for year 25 as well. It's not stagnant either. And I think that's the other motivator that keeps people excited about being employed. So there's always a moving target that you're trying to reach.
And and looking at this too, I know this is a big leap of faith gap, but if whatever you choose to do as far as the implementation, whatever we do, I think that staying on top of it biannually, it would be marginal for the city. Now, you do it biannually for 10 years, it may be a lot of money over a 10-year, but you're spreading that out over a 10-year period. And I think that's really the key for financial strength when it comes to your payroll burdens, long-term.
The other thing that we'll find out, you probably already know this, is that the city's budget has increased over the last 10 or 15 years, but the contribution to salaries hasn't increased proportionate to that.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing we're trying to make up for.
As time passes, the competitive nature of the workforce is only increasing, right? And we've talked about Public Works being the spear of the community in terms of what people see when they walk in, right? And so we have to keep pace in order to achieve some of the results that we need to achieve in order to, quote unquote, foster an economic environment where businesses and local citizens can thrive and improve the quality of life. And so people are capital too, and people are resources. And from a police officer making a first impression on a citizen out on the bypass whenever they've had to, have a flat tire, and they have to pull over and aid them sometimes. And so it's critical that we acknowledge that people are resources.
Yeah. It really is, and that's well said, Earl. It's, you know, one of the things we want to do is, you know, as your workforce retires, we want to be able to attract new people into the city, and you know, we want to be a position to where, you know, whether, you know, local kids are coming out of college and they're wanting to go into government, they want to pursue us, come back home, whatever it is, have those opportunities. And then also giving the incentivize, and money's only part of it, right? You've got your total job enrichment, you've got, you know, self-worth. There's all these different things that factor in, but you want to drive your workforce to be passionate and committed to serving the community. And this is a step in that direction, because it's not just for existing staff. We've got to look 5 years down the road when we have key knowledge-based jobs that retire. We've got to be able to replace those knowledge-based jobs.
So what we're going to do is we're going to take the 3-year approach, the 3-year tactic, and we're going, as we develop the budget, instead of developing a budget with an average COLA of 261, we will add 451 to that number, and we'll try to program this year 712 into the budget. And then when we do our projection moving out beyond that, we will add that for the next 2 years. And by the end of that 2 years, you're going to probably be doing another study to try to verify where you're at, proof test. The difference is, too, what we hope that as we get organized a little bit better, and our HR department is modern, becomes more seasoned in that they've been here a while and they've got policies in place and the things that Randy wants to do, then he'll be able to do some of that work in-house. And so it won't take necessarily Hannah to do a study.
Yes.
That he'll be able to manage that using traditional HR resources to proof test our salaries. And so that becomes more routine in the budget process. And
And it's about maintaining.
It is, it really is.
It's cheaper to maintain than,
You know, I use the analogy, it's just like a car, right? If you drive a car 200,000 miles, you don't change the oil, eventually it's gonna blow up. But if you change the oil in it, it's gonna be
Right.
small, you're gonna have small minor maintenance costs. Yeah. I don't know, that's wishful thinking, right? But, yeah, and another goal that we had, and I really started looking at last year, and I think we did a little bit of that with some of our policy changes, but this year, and I've already shared this with Earl, is we'd like to do, the second half of the year, we'd like to do a total policy review of our handbook, and including compensation policies, and just look at that. It doesn't mean we're doing anything right, it just means, does those policies fit with our needs now, I guess is, and that's one of the things we'd like to do this year. So this here is just a quick snapshot of, if you did the 3-year model, this is how much your total payroll burden would be allocated by
The yellow
category.
is,
Utilities, yeah.
they have the smaller number of employees, a lesser number of employees probably.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Yeah.
breaking it out into 3 categories:
Yeah.
hazardous, non-hazardous,
Yeah.
and utilities. And we want to break the utilities out, not because they're special, but because they really have a different, they don't really align with other operations in the city. That's kind of a separate operation.
Yeah, and
That's good though.
yeah, and splitting those out into additional categories, it makes it easier to understand the numbers, so they're not all.
And hazardous is police and fire and
911.
EMTs and 911.
Well, 911's actually in the non-hazardous, because
Non-hazardous.
they're in non-hazardous retirement, so they're in actually the non-hazardous
Okay.
group. But yes, they are impacted. Really, every job category in the city is impacted, minus the ones that we mentioned earlier.
Sure.
And 911 is, in talking to Rebecca earlier and listening to her presentation, that is an area that really, it's key, because they get overlooked quite a bit too.
Sure.
Because really, they're unique, not to get off on them, but they're unique in the fact that they're required to go academy, just like police and fire, but they don't get a state-based incentive from the state like police and fire do, but yet they're expected to be certified through the state, which is, I think that's an area that probably needs to be looked at.
which also is something else to take into consideration is as people get different certifications and training, then they should be compensated for that
Yes.
too. So that's what also plays into the pay scale and incentives as opposed to just giving COLAs for
Yes.
no
and,
real reason.
And we've floated around conversations about that, and really a good way to do is have some kind of education incentive program in place, like if you're getting X, but it needs to be defined because your departments need to be able to budget for it. So it's got to be a defined structure and then making sure that it's paid equally to employees, because you can't have, you got to make sure the incentives are the same for everyone on those, whatever levels we
Right.
could. But that is something that I think is probably needed. Like if someone gets a 4-year college degree, for example, and if that college degree is relevant to their field of expertise or what field they're working in, I think that should be, something like that should be factored in.
Like a police officer that comes in with a criminal justice degree.
Exactly.
And, you know, I guess I didn't realize until today that there really wasn't any kind of training for a firefighter, but yet people get a degree in fire safety or whatever. So that should play a part in their pay and where
Yeah.
they come into the system.
You know, then that's a good point. I was actually taken back that because I spent a lot of time with Chief Simpson talking about staffing, and my first mindset was, okay, the State Fire Academy, but I didn't realize that there wasn't one that you get 400 hours, but it's all done in-house within each fire department. And the difficulty there for them is that they're at a disadvantage where they're trying to get their 400 hours of training, yet they're also doing fire services where a police officer gets to be taken out of the department and go to the academy and get it, fast track it.
Right.
And that's a big disadvantage to the fire department. It really
Yeah.
is.
And it's a big difference in your training and and expectations, I guess. I
Which
should
is
say
one of the
expectations.
reasons we filled 4 positions this year, but we did targeted recruiting of certifieds because we knew it would take too long to certify them in-house. So that's, any questions on this graph? I just got one more to show you. So that's just,
Can you send all of this to us?
we can't, yeah, we got into, yeah, we'll send it to.
We've got a request to get everything you've shown us today for review.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, slides, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the HANA methodology, how we got to these numbers. Yeah.
Send it there electronically.
Yeah. Yeah, because this is, I mean, what we try to do is just, like, we've got all the calculations behind the scenes in a spreadsheet, but this is, we want to, it's hard to, we want to make sure we articulate how we derive this data
Yeah.
but,
Yeah.
and so this is, your average salary per person, if you did it on a 3-year plan by category. So like hazardous duty would get an average increase of $3,700. I think it was 41. I'm having a hard time seeing that screen. Let me pull my numbers. 41 for non-hazardous, but again, non-hazardous includes 911 in that. And then your utilities, your average salary increase is $2,600 a year for if you over the 3 years. That would be that's their base salary, not including retirement and FICA. That's what would actually go to the employee
Yeah.
on average year over year.
And that's the important number.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
In a really, really big number, but when you dial down into that individual, that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you're realistic. We would love to say we could do it all in 1 year, but that's not really the wise. We feel like the 3-year strategy is the wise strategy.
So the hazardous is police and fire,
Yes.
and then the non-hazardous and utilities is everyone else.
Yes.
Basically.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. And
So I want to make sure I'm looking at that right.
it is, yeah. So, they're the only ones in the hazardous duty retirement is police and fire. Everyone else is on non-hazardous duty retirement with the city.
And this is money in their pockets, not their retirement and all that other stuff. Great.
Yes.
Wow. And the other thing I've got to say is that you all are sort of enlightening us to what your proposal may look like when you finally do the budget proposal to us, right? So we're not to advertise and talk about this yet, but this is still just a proposal.
Yeah, this is more of an informative session to
Yes,
say that this is what the
yes.
study, what we
Yes.
did, this is a study, this is what the numbers derive, and this is what we think would be the best approach if you choose to go approve that, what the
But-
study's indicating.
And again-
This has been videoed and streamed,
Yes.
so to our community members who are watching, this is just a proposal at this point.
Yes.
Yes, and so when we present numbers to you, the conversation that was had today over 5 hours is what's building those numbers.
Sure, building the budget, right.
But, you know, one of the, and I'll tell you, you know, the first year with me is I took make compensation one of my number one priorities when I came in. So it took a lot of analysis, a lot of evaluation, and I give credit to our department heads in sitting down and being willing to work with me on their challenges. That was probably the number one thing to be successful here. The thing for the city of Danville is what we do great on is our work environment, our culture. That's great. You know, in a lot of organizations you say, well, pay is going to fix the problem. Well, no, not always, because you've got a bad work environment. It don't matter about money, but we don't have that here. You know, to Chief Gray's point earlier today, when he says they're known as the Quality Training Academy, they are. Everybody loves the environment. Every police officer I talk to as they exit out is, you know, we love the environment, but our compensation is not. And I'm not singing out police. I'm just using it as a sample size. That they love the environment. They would always they said they would come back if the compensation was competitive with these other agencies. And we've seen that to a degree, not with raising the grades for the firefighters, but we had 4 certifieds that worked for us before that came back, but we were able to get them because we had the new starting salary policy. So that just shows what we're doing. Hopefully, it is going in the right direction. But I think if you ratify some of this, however you choose, I think that would really get us strengthened, and hopefully we don't see anyone leave unless it's. I'd say the only time someone should leave the organization is for 2 reasons: is retirement, or if there's life events out of our control or out of their control that they may have to leave.
I always said in the school business, relocation was the only acceptable reason to leave.
Yeah, there you go.
Well,
Yeah.
and I forgot to say this earlier. When Josh was talking about not a lot of room for advancement in that Public Works Department, they may not, I made the statement of they might have to go somewhere else. Nick Warren is the perfect example of keeping someone in our system. He started out at, I think, 19 years old, mowing for the city. And now,
Painting yellow curbs, too.
and painting yellow curbs. And now he is our IT director. So that's what we want to do. We want to
Yes.
grow our own people and move them through the system, whether that's staying within their departments and moving up, but they can move up citywide.
Yeah, you know, it's really, and I've talked about this, we want to avoid having a glass ceiling within our organization too. You know, yes, there's times you obviously you may have a knowledge-based position that you have to go outside the organization to fill, but what you do is, like anytime we post a position, for example, we post it internally and externally at the same time, so we open it up all of our staff to be able to give that opportunity. But also, you know, we want to position those that may not have the economic abilities to go to college or a trade school. If they come to the city and they're committed, that education reimbursement program we've got will help them develop into a long-term career or something they may never have advantage they have on their own.
Yeah.
We're looking for
opportunity.
careers and not just jobs.
Exactly, yeah.
And the fact they can just walk across the viaduct and get the advanced education, that's what's so
Yeah,
neat about
yeah.
this place. They can just walk across the viaduct and get it.
I mean, we're in
Wow.
we're in a position where we have so many post-secondary education institutions so close to us.
Yeah,
You know, and I
that's
think
true. Yeah.
and then, I'd say if you got someone that goes off to college and graduates and say they want to move back home, but the jobs aren't attractive,
Yeah.
you know, you're probably going to have someone like that's going to be more passionate about serving the community as someone that's not tied to the community that you hire.
Yeah.
So we've got to think about that long-term too, because, you know, that, to me, I think that's a key of this as well.
And our downtown master plan
Yep.
addresses a lot to give more reasons for young people to come back.
Yep. Okay. Well,
So we have a lot going on. We appreciate you all. If you have any questions, stop by.
you
I don't
email
really
all
have
this good
anything
stuff to
else.
us. And no sense in sending this to us. This is the basis for what you've come up with.
Yeah, so this is the.
Yeah,
Well,
this is-
a lot
that's
of
too
what
much
the Hannah did is bring you database of numbers,
that's
and you
right,
can't,
yeah.
it's hard, difficult to share. That's
Yeah.
their
Yeah.
quote-unquote executive summary. And so we'll share that in PDF form, and then
Yeah.
we'll just
Yeah,
keep.
I mean, they, essentially, at the end of the day, they just gave us numbers, is how we utilize to use those
Sure,
numbers, is
that's
what it came
Well,
down to.
Looks like you've done a great job, that's for sure.
Well, we
All right.
appreciate your time. I know it's been a long day.
Well, but it's been a long year for you,
It
and
has.
I appreciate what you've done.
Well, I
He's had a-
appreciate
he's had
all
a
the
great year,
support,
yeah.
and then, like I said, I really enjoy it because I think we have a great team environment right now. and
You know what I said, Mr. Boyd?
What's that?
I said you had a great year. You had a COVID year.
I had a COVID year.
Yeah, because you was on lockdown. We couldn't all get to you, see?
Yeah.
You
think
didn't
we'll
have a
write-
choice.
I think we'll write a book about it next year. What do you think?
There you go, buddy. Yeah,
I don't know if it'll sell, but maybe I'll write one.
Change all the names.
There you go, there you go.
We need to have a
Names are
motion to
anonymous.
adjourn, don't we? Make this
All right.
official. So someone make a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second? Thank you, ladies, for staying the entire time and dealing with this. And all those in favor of adjournment, say yes. Aye. Those opposed, and great day. Lot of you-